Cancel. Okay, how do I? All right, let's talk about this book.
Okay, so we start reading this or not?
Yeah, let's start reading this.
Okay, the name of the book is Grandma Said The Rise of the Black Internet Pretendians. But we're going to call this video what? What do you want to call it?
Grandma said the fall of the internet Pan-African.
All right, this is the diary of the psycho. Okay, so we're going to try to read this verbatim as best as we can with this small font to give you an idea of what this book is all about. We did not pay for it. We're on this 30-day trial. So, that just shows you how we're not trying to, boost capital for this author. You want to tell them about who the author is?
We're going to debunk and review YK's book, Grandma Said Rise of the Black Internet Pretendian. And it's sounding like this guy is a psychopath and a projector onto all Black Americans where we do not have the same sentiments as this guy. So let's go over this book.
All right, so the foreword says, "Dear reader, I can't vouch for anyone else, but I don't believe in mere coincidences. I believe that everything happens for a reason. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you couldn't explain why you were there at the exact moment? Those moments might have unknowingly led you to something great. Maybe it took some time for you to realize that those events were crucial in shaping your life, whether it was meeting your life partner, having children, or achieving your dream career. The fact that you're reading my book today is not by chance. You could just have been doing anything else in the world, but you're here. And I hope this book will shed light on the reasons behind the current negative perceptions towards African people." So as a child, I have distinct recollections. Okay, this is where it gets real crazy, okay? So listen up. As a child, I have distinct recollections of watching the Boys in the Hood movie, all right? One particular scene that stands out in my mind is when Trey, a student, was summoned by his teacher to speak in front of the class due to his disruptive behavior. Without hesitation, Trey stood up without unwavering confidence and eloquently conveyed the profound wisdom his father had instilled in him about Africa. So let me just stop there a little bit and just say that he's already bringing up movies. So let's just see how that goes. Y'all remember that movie scene. All right, movie scene. Okay. Does anyone know about the name of this place? That's Africa. I know that. That's right. That's Africa. Did you know that Africa is where the body of the first man was found?
So hold on, wait a minute. I thought it was a woman.
Or female.
Or female.
Because technically it's not like a human, right? It's an ape.
I thought it was like a creature, like they say it's an Australopithecus afarensis. Where do you think that comes from? Because I don't think anything of the sort of like indigenous Africans talking about their oral history are coming from a ape creature. And it sounds like something that Europeans cobbled together, like taking like a tribe named the Afar in Ethiopia and just saying this is the origin of Black people.
Yeah, but yeah, that already sounds kind of off because, if they did find a male, it wasn't a male, it was actually female. But we're not going to get into deeply with this film. We already know it's a little bit problematic, but it continues by saying, my dad said that that's where all people originate from. That means everybody's really from Africa. Remember, he was like, everybody, all y'all, everybody. And then some kid popped up and said, I ain't from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw Mafia. Like it or not, you from Africa. I ain't from Africa. You are from Africa. You African booty scratcher. So already this quote does not end with an end quote and it's all smashed together without like, separating the two boys apart. But like, I'm just gonna let him pass on that because he probably doesn't really know about script writing and things like. But it's just a little bit error. I wish
AP English or proper
or
grammar.
whatever. It just doesn't have a last quotation mark. But I'm just gonna assume it's there. So going back into this, it says, in my younger years, I harbored a negative perception of African individuals, much like the child in the movie who clashed with Trey. I would often make fun of children my age by calling them Black and African booty scratchers. Okay, so anybody out here can relate with calling people Black as a derogatory term or calling someone African booty scratchers. I don't have that experience. Maybe other people do, but could anyone resonate with that? Ty, you ever call anyone an African booty scratcher or Black?
No, not of my that I recall of. I had a lot of African friends growing up, and I went to the Million Man March with an African dude by the name of Charles Vakala. So I have no problems with Africans. My problem is that you have a lot of these opportunists that want to take advantage of Black Americans and try and negate our culture and absorb us into theirs.
Yeah, but like just calling people Black, what is that about? Okay, so he says, unbeknownst to me, this deep-seated animosity towards my people, okay, he's assuming that they're his people, was a result of media and influence of my family. Okay. And then I was about this ninja, because I don't know if y'all want me to bring up inappropriate words. I might bring up more cuss words later on, but right now I'm trying to get off on a good start. But he basically, I had to open up a Google Doc. If y'all don't know what a Google Doc is, it's pretty much Microsoft Word. And I spelled out this whole word, and it has 47 to 50 characters in it. And it basically says, I vividly remember watching commercials that depict it. And that's all smashed together as one damn word. So I'm trying to look past this stuff, but it's really hard because I'm always stumbling across errors. But anyway, that just goes to show that anyone can pretty much publish a book. So, and anyone can be a self-proclaimed scholar. But yeah, anyway, and you're probably asking, who am I to talk? Well, I have my master's degree, so I've written so many papers. In order for me to earn that degree, I would have to know a little bit about the English language.
But, and I'm just a high school graduate.
Yeah, so anyway, this long word says, I vividly remember watching commercials that depicted impoverished children in Africa. Okay, fair enough. We've all seen that. And
how is he going to sell a book with all these grammar errors? People need to get their money back.
Well, thankfully we didn't pay. We just got the free trial. But anyway, we love reading. I do encourage everyone to read. And we want to just share our love for reading and knowledge sharing and just open up to different ideas. And that's why we're reading this, live to you right now, so you can hear other perspectives. All right. So I vividly remember watching commercials that depicted impoverished children in Africa with barren landscapes and malnourished kids. Okay, I don't see what that has to do with us. Did I film it? Did you film it?
No, we didn't.
It just was really sad. It does, you can feel empathy, but it's I'm trying to get at what makes this my people. All right, so let's continue. So these images became deeply ingrained in my mind, fueling my hatred and causing me to unfairly judge African individuals. How does one person jump from looking at some poor child, a human being suffering, to hating them? What is wrong with you?
It sounds like a reach.
That you're feeling your hatred. Why I would feel sad and pity and stuff like that and helpless because I can't help them. I didn't have the money to send over. I was a child. But your reaction to it was you got fueled by hatred, hating those children, causing you to unfairly judge them.
He said Sally Struthers.
What the hell? So it says, I used to torment an African child at school daily. Okay.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Yeah, he says, I used to torment an African child at school daily, relentlessly.
What up, 4Black?
Relentlessly pursuing him and his younger sibling all the way home. Why are you bullying kids out here? That sounds like a you problem, sir. I would mock him since his father was a doctor, while my father was facing financial difficulties despite our long-standing residency in this country. Okay, not everybody's father has financial difficulties that are so-called Black. So again, that sounds like a personal you problem. And that usually happens with people of different races. Kids, when they don't have certain things, they're most likely to bully a kid who does have something. So again, what does that have to do with your so-called self-proclaimed African identity? But anyway, I digress. Let's continue. He said, I would mock him since his father was a doctor, and while my father was facing financial difficulties, despite our long-standing residency in this country, I simply couldn't comprehend how someone with a limited English proficiency could outshine my family and me. Okay, it was utterly, and then I don't think a child or whatever age he's talking about, he had the mental capacity to think that much into the situation. I think he's just kind of like making it sound good just for the sake of it. But anyway, he said, it was utterly perplexing. If only I could meet that African brother today and express my sincere remorse for my ignorant actions. Well, that's good. At least he has remorse. But let's continue. At the age of approximately 13, my family and I moved to a new house, which we had to share with an African family. Regularly, my mom would express her dislike for the aroma of their food and her inability to tolerate the presence of those African individuals. Okay. Your mom sounds like a bigot.
Yeah.
Okay, darn it, those Africans. Okay, regrettably, my mother treated them with disdain, considering them to be the most inferior individuals in existence. Don't you think that's a bit extreme because their food smells weird and you think they're inferior?
That means that you don't have a cultural similarity. You're
that means
alien.
No, that just means you're just like you're a xenophobe. Because like you can for those of you who don't know what a xenophobe is, I'm not trying to challenge your intelligence because I didn't know what that word meant up until a few years ago. It just means you have a hatred for things that are different, people who are from different cultures, etc. It doesn't have anything to do with like skin color per se. But
it's like their own prejudices towards other ethnic groups.
What does that have to do with self-hate? That just sounds like pure hate.
Yeah.
So,
like, how would we even know a thing about African cultures if that wasn't really taught to us by our own relatives? This
exactly. And then he even says here that his mother couldn't tolerate their food aroma. So if that's not your heritage, that right there shows me that you didn't eat the same foods. So how is that self-hate if that's not the heritage, the food, the cuisine that you were raised up on?
Yeah, we was raised on cornbread, cabbage, collard greens.
That's a different diet. So how, like, come on now. I want to get to the part where he's actually connecting how these things are very similar. This heritage.
Yes.
That's xenophobia right there. Anyway, I kind of skipped ahead too far. Let me go back. Okay, so this is where it gets real good. Okay, he said, regrettably, my mom treated them with disdain, considering them to be the most inferior individuals in existence. She despised them so intensely that on a particular day, she decided to buy a substantial amount of chocolate and flowers worth hundreds of dollars and arrange them to be delivered to the residence of the African family. Okay, this devious act was intended to burden them with financial responsibility. So she out here playing cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry on these poor African people. Why would you do that? That sounds like very psychopath-like.
Yeah.
Like, tell me, think about a person you don't like. I mean, like, just
how can this
no
man
reason.
be a psychologist and he's over here prescribing people the same symptoms that he personally and his mother personally got with Africans? Exactly.
So that's like you have a personal vendetta at first, and you're traumatized by what your mom has taught you, and you were acting like a white supremacist. And it sounds like nowadays that white supremacy has changed into a different permutation where instead of you attacking the easy target, which is Africans, and instead attacking the so-called Black Americans, because it's almost like, think of it like this: Jeffrey Dahmer, not to say that Africans are animals or anything, don't take out my words out of context, but he was basically messing with like harmless animals and roadkill, right? And then he graduated further into like murdering people.
Yes.
So this is kind of an analogous, or this is kind of parallel in a way, where him and his mom tag team together like Jason and his mother
with psychopathy.
Yeah, and out here harming random African people,
And he's moving up towards harming indigenous American people.
Yeah, identity and just doing whatever he can to be the antagonist. Like, you just born to be a villain. This is his backstory. So it's making sense. So basically, his mom bought a whole bunch of chocolate and flowers and worth hundreds of dollars and just arranged them to be delivered to this African family's home. And this devious act was intended to burden them with financial responsibility. I distinctly recall her malicious laughter as she overheard our neighbors shouting in frustration, their voices echoing loudly so that my mother could hear their fury. So you just she got off on like torturing people.
Somebody needs to call the
because
cops
they're
on
African
this person.
and their food smells different. That's evil. Okay, so and then like you want us to come together, and I remember reading the book's bio or description saying that, oh, we don't owe Africa, or no, Africa doesn't owe us. We owe Africa all we got. Okay, sounds like to me you're going on like a parade trying to get remorse and say sorry to Africa, but you want us to join in.
And with this animosity towards his grandmother, I wonder if this is just a projection of his personal views.
Yeah,
because I would like to learn from his own mother what her perspective is, because this is this Negro's skewed ideology.
So he feels bad about partaking in this sadist act that his mom put on. And now he feels apologetic and feels really guilty about it. And so he's turning that guilt and throwing that blanket onto us as well and saying, oh, I did all these things and Black Americans did all these crazy shits too. So therefore, we should all apologize to Africa. No, bro, that's like your problem. I've never met anyone to go that far out on attacking Africans. That sounds like white supremacy.
Exactly.
Or any type of supremacy, caste system. You're othering these people. And I don't want to bring white people into this because this is what y'all are doing. Yeah. Anyway, I digress. So she was just laughing off of their fury and their agony, right? So what led to my mother's strong aversion towards individuals who shared her African heritage? Despite having African features, my mother receives compliments from African men on Facebook. Okay, how did you jump from that to that? Okay, I'm gonna read that again because maybe I misread it. What led to my mother's strong aversion towards individuals who shared her African heritage? That's a question. The next sentence says, despite having African features,
we don't know what that is.
Wait a minute. Despite having African features, my mother receives compliments from African men on Facebook who refer to her as an African queen in her posts. Okay. Why do some? I don't know about y'all, but I don't understand that sentence.
Me neither.
But I'm going to move forward. She just gets compliments for having African features. Why is that a despite? Why is that negative? And being called an African queen in her post. Okay, that's fine. Guys say things to make women wooed over, right?
Yeah, like, hotel queen. I gotta get you out the drawers and all that African type of weird
on
shit.
Facebook. And why do you assume they're all African? Anyway, you're overgeneralizing. So anyway, why do some individuals express their hatred towards African people online? In this book, I will thoroughly explore the various reasons behind the animosity towards Africa and its people. That whole paragraph don't make sense. Anyway, there's too many different topics in that one paragraph. What are some of the prevailing negative stereotypes associated with the African continent? And how can we challenge and overcome them? I will delve into the reasons why individuals of African descent are often treated as second-class citizens worldwide and are considered less desirable compared to other races. Okay, like that doesn't make from whose perspective? How do you know like the whole world just thinks Africans are not desirable? Last time I checked, people that so-called look African are very desirable around the world.
Exactly.
Especially physically, like
it's a double-edged sword because a lot of these people that assume that white supremacy is going to get them and they hate them, it's really them envying.
Okay, so prevailing negative stereotype. Everybody's going to be assigned stereotypes, so there's no avoiding that. Okay?
Exactly.
There exists a particular group of African Americans who strongly believe in their indigenous roots in the Americas. Okay, that's random to put at the end of that sentence. I'm gonna read that paragraph again and just ask you what happened to the rest of it to make it jump from one to another. What are some of the prevailing negative stereotypes associated with African continent, and how can we challenge to overcome them? I will delve into the reasons why individuals of African descent are often treated as second-class citizens worldwide and are considered less desirable compared to other races. There exists a particular group of African Americans who strongly believe in their indigenous roots in the Americas. Throughout the pages of this book, I will delve into the mindset of these individuals who refuse to acknowledge their West African ancestry. Hopefully that's the end of the four. Oh, no, I spoke too soon. There's still more. Is it still on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so next page. I'll explore extensively the various historical facts that explain why individuals of African descent reject their African heritage. It is perplexing to consider why someone would choose to disassociate themselves from their history and origins. Okay, this is where he loses me because he starts to talk about the Chinese. And I'm like, okay. So he said Chinese individuals take pride in their extensive history in China, while Europeans embrace their European history rooted in Europe. Okay, so I know y'all don't know much about me, but you probably assume that I have friends of different ethnicities and things. And I feel like what he said is off the mark because I have a lot of Chinese friends and some European friends. And they pretty much don't know much about their history because, as you know, the communist government and things like that, they censored historical parts. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about when he says that they take pride in their extensive history in China. Like, you can obviously tell he doesn't have a lot of Chinese, if any, Chinese friends or people he associate with. All right, but I'll move on from that. And it says, why do Black women and men feel compelled to deny their remarkable origins in Africa? What events have shaped our identity? These inquiries will be addressed comprehensively in my book, which aims to stimulate deep reflection. Various sections of this book will delve into the historical realities of African history, as there exists a misconception among some individuals that African history commenced solely with the era of slavery on plantations. I aim to explore the numerous sophisticated African civilizations that thrived before the period of slavery, shedding light on their advanced technologies. Many individuals feel a sense of shame regarding their African heritage due to a lack of knowledge about the continent, often stemming from the displacement of their ancestors. I will explore the reasons behind their animosity towards Africa, as well as their tendency to appropriate and disown their rich cultural heritage. Within these chapters, I aimed, okay, so how are you appropriating your African heritage if you claim that is your heritage? How do you appropriate and disown it at the same damn time? Make that make sense.
He sounds like a gatekeeper for all I know.
I don't think he knows what he's writing.
He doesn't. He didn't get anybody to spell check this shit.
No.
He didn't even use Chat GPT.
Or whatever. Go to a library and ask somebody for essay prep or whatever.
Exactly.
Well, anyway, within these chapters, he didn't have an editor, in other words. Within these chapters, I aim to illuminate how the global community benefits from Africa and its people daily. Okay, no one's saying that Africa doesn't make any contributions to the world. So why is that even a statement that we put into here? Like, he's claiming things that are not true. I will expose the hypocrisy of harboring resentment towards a continent that has generously provided resources to the rest of the world. And why would we feel, what is it did he just say? Resentment to Africa providing resources to the world. That's why. I was minding my business. I didn't sit out here hating on Africa for being robbed of its resources.
None of us were.
I'm not hating because, no. Okay, so Africa does not owe anything to the Western world, but rather it is the Western world that owes everything to Africa. Everything.
Everything?
I'm reading that sentence again. Africa does not owe anything to the Western world, but rather it is the Western world that owes everything to Africa. Okay. It would be a grave injustice if I failed to investigate the mindset of individuals who refuse to acknowledge their African heritage. it is an injustice. So are you the Justice League of Heritage? Like, are you the detector?
Well, apparently he's teaming up
Detective.
like Voltron and Mighty Morphin Power Ranger with the Native Americans and these white
What that has
folks.
to do with the DNA shit?
I don't know. I'm trying to get to that part.
We're trying to get to that.
He considers it a grave injustice for him not to be investigating the mindsets of these people who refuse to acknowledge their African heritage. He appointed himself the sheriff and the judge and the executor.
The jury.
And he's out here trying to create a task force to police people's heritage, which I don't understand. That's weird.
It is. And he doesn't have any nuances, or he doesn't take cautionary things, and he's just using his own biases and bigotry towards Black Americans who identify as Indigenous American inhabitants.
Okay, well, he says a significant number of individuals are plagued by denialism, leading them, so he's diagnosing us with denialism, leading them to dismiss any information contradicting their beliefs. In this book, I will delve into various strategies employed by these individuals to support their argument. Okay, so he keeps saying in this book. I hope y'all are writing down the notes every time I say in this book, so that when we read through this book, hopefully in this one session, that you can check off those things that he said he would address. So here I see another error in this book. The page has like V and it's on another line, and there's a whole bunch of gaps. And then there's a letter V, and then there's a whole bunch of gaps. And then there's another long ass word with 50 characters in it, followed by another long ass word. So tell me, is this like a professional book?
No, it's not.
So it says V and then space, long pause, V, long space, topics that the deniers, I can't even read it. So it's a combined bunch of words, topics that the deniers choose to ignore. Who are the deniers?
He's claiming that we're denying.
But no, he's just saying African descent. So basically, he's not talking to us. He's talking to someone of African descent. Anyway, the topics that the deniers choose to ignore, such as DNA analysis, and why is he using capital title case within this sentence? I don't get it. Will be discussed extensively. Okay. Pretendians, which is a derogatory word. Like, why is he using derogatory speech?
And it was mostly used towards white people
but
who control the reservation
how
system.
Professional is this to be using words like pretendians? And I know I skipped over the first couple of pages, but in the first couple of pages, it uses curse words. And it's like, how can you respect a writing that starts out like that? You know, it just seems very...
Oh, speaking of which, we're going to have a book burning, and he's going to be on the pyre. So stay tuned for tomorrow.
So you got to buy the book. Damn.
No, that'll be a waste of money. That'll be like wiping your ass with like a $20 bill. Don't do it. Please don't. And make sure you get your money back from this individual, because he just scammed y'all.
Yeah, or you just signed up for the 30-day trial Kindle. And
for free.
You can read the book immediately and just decide to, like, you know, cancel the subscription. And oh yeah, of course, if you find any other books, please share, because we like to hear, your readings as well, and create a book club. But anyway, he says pretendians often emphasize the importance of genealogy. Okay. Yet when pressed to provide evidence, they frequently refuse by stating, I'm not sharing my family information. That's just like sharing your social security number. Like, why would you? It should be up to that person, and you shouldn't demonize them. HIPAA. Yeah, HIPAA. Like, you can't go into a hospital and ask for someone's medical records, because that's illegal. And they can't provide that because that's a crime.
And if they want to, consent to showing you their shit, that's on them. If they want to put their stuff out there for the government to record you on a FBI Black Identity Extremist watch.
Yeah, why would you do that? And then also, like, let's go even deeper than that. You got people out here can actually take your information down. Like, there are people out here that are taking, like Mormons, for instance, who like to take people's records and lock them up behind a vault. So if you share XYZ information, and then you decide to go back a month later or so and look up that information again, you'll find that it's missing. It's gone.
And to interject, what does he call his true name in the book? According to the book, he picked out random names up out of the continent of Africa. He picked a Congolese name and an Igbo name and called himself something to make himself proud, like Cicely Tyson said in Women of Brewster Place. You're ashamed of your indigenous American or just domestic American culture and want to claim some shit overseas.
By picking a name out of African dictionary haphazardly, and you chose to pick a Congolese name and a Nigerian name, which are totally different places in Africa, and combine them together. And so if you want to know so bad about someone's family, like, why don't you share what your real name is? Like, you have a problem with sharing your real name, so why should I share the real names of my people and all that? So it doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, so he said they refuse to state, and they refuse by stating that I'm not sharing my family information. I have personally witnessed individuals who displayed photos of their maternal ancestors, but later refused to disclose the records validating their indigenous heritage. Why do they have to validate with you? Are you like the police of heritage? And let me just like go on a tangent for just a short second. All right, so just give me a moment. I'm on a computer and I'm trying to navigate, because this is making me like twitch in a way. So here, what it says here, the use of the term pretendians, this term, which is derogatorily refers to individuals who falsely claim Native American heritage, right? This is what people claim, right? And it's a very problematic and insensitive term to folks to be using. So for this guy to use it in his book, that's red flags already. So this undermines the genuine complexities individuals face when exploring their ancestry, especially in the context of oral family history, which may not always be easily substantiated with documents or DNA. So the debate topic is whether DNA is something that is like conclusively accurate, right? Which really is not, because DNA analysis kind of undermines and overlooks the limitations and cultural sensitivities surrounding genetic testing and its interpretation. There's already a lot of problems and flaws in that, and Ty will actually share that with you during the debate. So already, when he's starting to talk about pretendians,
he has a certain bias.
Yeah, he has a bias, and you're already name calling in a book.
And cursing, by the way. That's not a scholarly thing.
So let's get back to where I was, because I lost my page. Anyway. Okay, so we're almost done with the forward. Let's see. Pretendians, blah, blah, blah. He's personally witnessed individuals display photos of their maternal ancestors. By the way, showing photographs is a piece of information. I don't understand why some people don't consider that.
He deflects from it and calls it lookership, but when it pertains to his own personal bias, when he wants to compare us to Africans, then he says, "Oh, that's science, that's research."
Well, he says people don't want to share their family information, but I do believe that photos are information, But anyway, so this person says this behavior is seen as hypocritical. Nevertheless, I choose to lead by example. And within this publication, I will present the documentation confirming my African ancestry rather than American descent. Okay, so it's always about him saying he's not American. Okay, I get it. So this insightful book delves into the African roots of humanity, presenting compelling evidence supporting the theory. Okay, let me pause right there. So yeah, let's go with the idea that all humanity comes from Africa, which is fine. If that's true, that's fine. I have nothing against it. So if that's the case, and you want to support DNA, shouldn't everybody have Africans show up on their DNA test? Because after all humanity comes from Africa, correct? According to him. So it wouldn't just be isolated to one particular group who has like this darker skin and a certain look to only have African pop up. Right. For ancestry, if you're saying that all people have African roots. Presenting compelling evidence. Okay, so he says insightful book delves into African roots of humanity, presenting compelling evidence supporting the theory that humanity originated in Africa. Okay, therefore, it explores the influence of familial narratives, such as the belief of having Native American ancestry based on stories passed down by grandmothers. Okay, so he says the book is about supporting the theory that humans originated from Africa. And then he's going to also explore the influence of families sharing stories about the belief of having Native American ancestry passed on by grandmothers. So those are two separate topics. One is about where did humans come from? Another one's about what did grandma say? Do you think those two topics belong in the same book?
No, that
And
does
how
not.
is
That's
that?
those totally two different topics altogether. Because one focuses in on early non-humans. These are archaic hominids. The other one is talking about genealogy, ancestry, and culture, and all that.
Yeah, like those are huge gaps, but okay. All right. Let's see where it at. The misinterpretation of such narratives has led to the rise of individuals falsely claiming Native American heritage. Additionally, the book sheds light on the paradoxical relationship between the global disdain of Africa and the heavy reliance of the world on African resources. Okay. This interconnection themes are thoroughly examined within the pages of this book. Many of these individuals who falsely claim Native American heritage establish online and pub. Oh, okay. This is where y'all need to listen because I know I've been talking and it probably sound even keel, and you're probably like, I'm tired of hearing you talk. But this is the part, if anything, you need to listen to. Many of these individuals who falsely claim Native American heritage establish online and public cults. He's calling y'all cult members, exploiting the vulnerability of their followers in order to empower. Doesn't this sound, what does this sound like? Let me read it again. Many of these individuals who falsely claim Native American heritage establish online and public cults, exploiting the vulnerability of their followers. Does this not sound like what Umar Johnson has been doing? And what group is he? What cult is he affiliated?
He's affiliated with the cult of Pan-Africanism, and a lot of these Pan-Africans get their information from white supremacy.
It's a
and
cult.
Freemasonry.
In order to empower individuals to liberate themselves from such cult-like thinking, I will analyze the characteristics of cult leaders. Okay, so what cult leaders are you going to talk about? Are you going to talk about Jim Jones? Are you going to talk about Charles Manson? Like, what correlations are you going to bring up? I'm just very excited to know. Okay, so he studies social science. He knows the dynamics of people and how to interact. He's also an anthropologist.
He's not.
And he also studies cults. He has a PhD in cults.
He told us that on the live that he's just a library scholar and nothing more. He doesn't really have any degrees.
Okay, so how are we going to take how he analyzes as credible if he doesn't have the scholarship behind it, or he doesn't take from folks who extensively study these areas to provide to substantiate what he's trying to say? But anyway, additionally, I will delve into the transatlantic slave trade, which he should have put theory at the end, presenting historical evidence to counter the ignorant denial of its occurrence.
So he cited his sources where he got his information from?
I don't see any sources cited. He's just saying all these things he's going to say, but we're going to see if he practiced what he preached or he's going to actually explain it. But he's saying all these things that he's going to mention. But he said that it's presenting evidence to counter an ignorant denial. You're making insults. Like
that's not scholarship.
Okay, it is crucial to, and why you have to put in there ignorant denial?
And he tends to get off topic and bring up other people within the paradigm.
It's the transit. But okay, so where is the evidence that transatlantic slave trade happened if it's an ignorant denial? What historical evidence? Because I haven't been to a museum where I can go up in that slave ship that's on display and then eat seafood afterwards on the coast of Charleston, South Carolina.
We have been to many African American museums, And in particular, the Gadsden Wharf Museum, I had a talk with one of the directors within the genealogical section of the museum, and she proposed several arguments that went against mine, but she also agreed with the indigenous paradigm. And she admitted and shown one of the anchors on CNN that he had American Indian genealogy.
So I want to know, if she didn't have evidence like that, then where did he find his evidence? But he's claiming that people who do not accept the transatlantic slave trade as ignorant denial folks and cult members. But it's crucial to acknowledge that a significant number of people mistakenly, and here you go with a 80-letter word, mistakenly believe they have Native American ancestry due to the historical reality that our ancestors were once owned by Native American slaveholders. Let's pause there. So just because you had a Native American slaveholder, that makes you an African? I thought they were Indian slaves too, and I thought they were white slaves as well. Whites owned whites, Indians owned Indians, etc., etc.
The problem is he doesn't go through the nuances and the complexities about the American slave trade.
Yeah, he's saying that you're basically in denial and mistakenly believe you're Native American, even though you were once owned by Native American slaveholders. So did you know that slavery existed before Europeans or colonizers came to Americas? So does that mean that those people who were enslaved by other tribes before foreign intrusion, they're also African? Like, explain how that happened. Does that make any sense?
Mm-mm. And Africa and Europe had slavery for thousands of years, trading
all over the world. It just, the type of slavery we're talking about
is chattel slavery.
Yeah,
that's unique to the United States and South America and Central and the Caribbean.
But American Indians had a different type of slavery that was more humanizing than the dehumanizing nature of chattel slavery.
But what historians try to do is they try to clump in white people's treatment towards Black Americans with the Native American slave trade with us, but they don't go into nuances or reveal any history about Native Americans' slavery or their own slave ownership or anything like that in media.
Well, yeah, that's what he says, and we're going to move on at that point. We've finished the forward. Now we're at the acknowledgement. Do we want to read the acknowledgement, or do we want to delve right into, I guess, chapter 1, if we want to call it that? What do you say?
I feel the acknowledgement is getting into personal insults and his own psychology. So
okay,
I think we can skip past
2 pages, but let's just skip past it. So we're at chapter 1. It's called More Than Just a Slave. All righty. So I don't have a problem with that title. Do you?
No.
Okay, I'm just genuinely interested in what he has to say here. So he starts out with a quote, says, "A people without the knowledge of their history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots," end quote. I agree with that.
I agree with that as well.
We can agree. And that was from Marcus Garvey. You see, that just shows you that we're not just hating just to hate or hating at all, because we actually are open to other people's perspectives and their worldviews if it makes sense. Mm-hmm. We're being reasonable here. And I think Marcus Garvey was very reasonable here. But
he's also problematic.
But you can also put in half-truths or just complete lies. And this right here sounds genuine and honest. But you got to know what his intentions were with that. But anyway, he started out great with that quote. Kudos to him. So he's moving on to say, descendants of enslaved West Africans have been deeply affected by slavery, which drastically changed their history. Okay, what slavery are you referring to? Are you referring to slavery that happened in these areas in Africa? Or are you talking about North American slavery? Be specific. All right. So he says descendants of enslaved West Africans have been deeply affected by slavery, which drastically changed their history. I would believe so. Anyone would be affected by slavery if they went through it.
Yes.
While Black history often focus on Black history, the word Black is so overgeneralized and flattened. You can go to Australia today and you got people referring themselves as Black.
And they went through slavery. It's called black burning.
Okay, and then you can go to South Africa and people had they call East Indians and people who are like mixed race a different term, like colored, right?
Yes.
And then they call the people who are indigenous to South Africa a different term. So Black, it depends on what context you're in. So when you're saying Black history, are you referring to the global, like people, skin folk,
Yes.
or are you referring to a specific ethnic group? And if you're referring to a specific ethnic group, I would need you to be more specific.
He's defining it underneath the banner of African diaspora.
But that is, I'm having a hard time struggling because every time I read this stuff, I'm trying to trying to see it from his lens.
Because within the continent of Africa, they do not define themselves as Black. They define themselves by particular cultures.
My brain is hurting. But anyway, let's continue. While Black history often focuses on the horrors of slavery, why is it? I don't see so-called Black history just focusing. Why we have to focus on the horrors of slavery?
That's what we had with the lynching museum.
So,
it's just it focused on the horrors rather than the positives that came up out of the turmoil.
Put all of that in there. Like, I'm not saying erase, but it's not just about. I agree with you. Whatever your name is.
Okay, so the positive of slavery. Well, it's according to whoever's looking at it. Positive things happen out of slavery, according to the white narrative.
Mm-hmm.
But in the Black narrative, nothing about slavery was positive.
Okay, but also like they're saying,
it's on who the audience is or who you writing to.
Exactly.
Are you writing to the white man? Or are you writing it to the Black folks? So that's a wrong term to use if you're talking to your audience is Black.
Right, and then also he's saying just Black history in generally just focus on slavery.
Good thing.
Black history doesn't just focus on slavery. Like people need to get out of that.
Slavery? Can you tell me what is good about slavery? Why wouldn't you use that in the same?
Nothing is
I don't
nothing
know,
good about slavery.
What do you say? Focus in on the negatives.
He says focus on the horrors of slavery. Okay, I get it, because you're like,
it is horrible.
It's just horrible. Why are you saying the horrors of slavery as if there's other sides of slavery?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is why we need extra people to listen and talk.
And that don't make no sense. Who is your audience?
Exactly. So why are you prefacing it like
Who
as
benefited
if
from slavery?
Yeah, right.
Damn sure wasn't slave.
So he's okay. So I get it. It's like he's doing the Donald Trump thing. And by the way, I'm not saying I support or go against Donald Trump. This is just me using an example. There's good folks on both sides, like that kind of thing. All right, so
you need to explain that.
Yeah, it doesn't give anything.
Yeah.
All right.
Poor choice of words.
It is. The whole thing is a poor choice.
This is not an academic dissertation.
Okay, so it says while Black history often focuses on the horrors of slavery.
Why?
I'm just saying focuses on slavery and just cut out the
Why
other
do Black
filler.
people focus on the horrors of slavery?
Because it was horrible.
It was horrible.
You answered that shit. You know, that's a
double entendre.
Y'all get on the bright side. Cue the rainbow.
Yeah, Massa fed us on Monday. He beat us on Sunday. Was it
Yeah, are you not? You're ungrateful slave.
Yeah, I think his writing style is very distracting. That's why we keep going on tangents. I apologize. But yeah, this is a fun book club. Why don't we do this more often? Oh my gosh. Anyway, it's important to explore further. We need to uncover the diverse and vibrant history that existed before this dark period.
Okay, what's with the damn at the bottom? It got stretched out words and then they clumped together.
So it's like you know how he's trying to fill out the book. That's
it's like Wind in the Willows. You remember in Wind in the Willows where they was clumping up words together?
Maybe it's a Spike Lee joint because Spike Lee distorts shit and shit in his movies. Right?
I don't know, but he being too creative. I just wanted to be
simple. Going and you standing still and the picture going out. Maybe it's that special.
Maybe it is, but it's distracting.
Special effects.
Maybe it's his ebonics.
Yeah, that's special effects.
I don't know, but it's just giving me challenging.
It's giving me prison wizard vibes.
Okay, so he said we need to uncover the diverse and vibrant history that existed before this dark period and understand that Africa's story did not start with the slave trade. That you taking a whole continent and just giving it one story, like slave trade. Okay, Africans had a rich history long before Europeans. Is anyone disputing that? Raise your hand.
Nobody's disputing it.
Them Bantu niggas, they coming from East Africa, right? Stop.
I don't know where they
Stop
come
right
from.
there. Stop right there. I'm gonna tell you where they come from.
They
The
come
Bantu slaves came from East Africa, Northeast and East Africa.
Yeah, because they came from
and
India.
South Africa, okay? And they took them niggas over to India. Hold on. So are they claiming they descendants of people of India?
Yeah, they are, because that's where Bantu started.
Okay, so hold on. So when I asked Terrence in the car, I said, Terrence, how do Indian people get to your country?
Uh-huh.
He said, well, once they left, the crackers left, and we all were slaves together. So what the crackers did was gave all their land and stuff to the Indian people. So the Indian people thought they was above the black people.
The East Indians.
Yes, the
Okay.
East Indian people thought they was above because Master left off and left them in charge, right? So they was like, no, hell no. So they was gonna take Master's place and treat them like shit. So what they did was gather them all out in the city center, start chopping them motherfuckers up with shit.
And you're talking about Guyana, which is
Yes,
which is
Guyana.
in South America.
Yes,
where y'all.
in Guyana. Okay.
Mm.
So I said, well, what? And what I was giving to him was, they done convince y'all from Africa. Okay. So where from Africa?
When they really the Bantu.
Hold on. Yeah, they are. I said, where in Africa are y'all from? He said, I don't know. I said, you should know. Yeah, I said, where y'all from in Africa since you from Africa? I said, well, Terrence, think about this. That's one way they could have brought you in from Africa to South America. But another way they could have took you through the back door is from the Pacific Islands, the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Islands, that way. You don't think they didn't mess with people? I said, haven't you been in Hawaii before? Didn't you go to the culture center? Didn't they tell you about people from the Pacific Islands being slaves
Kanaka
and shit?
Maoris.
Where they take them slaves to?
They took them to the Americas.
Okay, thank you. So you could be possibly from India too, or Madagascar, or fucking Papua New Guinea, fucking New Zealand.
Yeah, because they talk about the transatlantic, but they don't talk about the trans-Pacific slave
the
trade.
Spanish and the
What route did they
Portuguese.
take, Brandy? What route did they take? I told Terrence, I said, okay, there's North Pole, that's in the Arctic, that's where crackers are from.
Mhm.
And then you got the South Pole. And if you look at a globe and you spin that damn globe, this is the top, that's the Arctic. That's where crackers is, England and all that shit. You look at the South Pole, that's the bottom. Or is it the top? Is the North Pole?
I don't know what's the top and the bottom of the earth.
Because they set it up to where it's a
Europe is on the
Eurocentric
top,
view.
and then everything else is below.
Okay,
Africa's
so if we
below.
the bottom feeders,
Right.
if you go completely around the globe, you will see all the nations of color.
Mhm.
Okay?
Yeah.
At the bottom.
Mhm.
All the nations of crackers is at the top, the North Pole, the Arctic,
Yeah.
cold people and shit, right?
Mhm.
So you mean to tell me the only route that they was going was from Africa to South America?
No, because
They
they
was going from India, Pacific, all the way through the Panama Canal, all the way up to
because
mainland South America.
How they get the East Indians?
Mainland South America consists of Brazil,
Chile,
Venezuela,
Tierra
all
del
that shit.
Fuego.
That's mainland. All them other little island things, but the mainland continent is South America, is where Terrence is from. So you mean to tell me they done convince your ass you came from fucking Africa? When you could have had easily came from the other place. Did they Indian people? So did they take them Indian people and go around Africa to get here?
Well, they don't.
Bypass Saudi Arabia. Which way did they go?
talk
Did
about
they have that slave trade that going that route?
Yeah, they got routes like Vasco da Gama route, which sails around the continent of Africa to do textile trade. Then they got the Magellan Passage, which they sail around South America just to get to the Japans. We just saw that shit in that Shogun TV show.
Okay, so come on. So they fucked with all the people on the bottom feeders and shifted them around. Okay, so I didn't know this. And Terrence, he said that they all were slaves there. No, Indian people, right? According to whoever wrote this and how they got it now, they're saying that these Indian people that came on this side of the
East
world,
Indians.
Eastern people, you know who I'm talking
Yes.
about, India people
Yeah.
that come to this side of the world, they came after slavery was abolished. Did you know that? I thought they was here before slavery was abolished.
I don't know. I have to look into that.
Okay, and
No, they were here while slavery was happening on the other side of the United States. They had the Manila Galleons. They brought in Chinese and Japanese slaves and Filipinos throughout California and Mexico and all that.
How they write down history now that Indian people are doing this. See, that's what the motherfuckers doing. What Indian people are putting out there is they came after slavery. They're not slaves.
Okay, well,
that's not true.
Hold on. They came after slavery, all right, and they came as indentured servants. All right. So they only had to serve 5 years. Okay, no, they wasn't paid, but they had to pay that off because they came here on their own. But in order to pay for them being here, they had to work for free to pay that off, their debt off. And then after 5 years, they were given land to do whatever the hell they want to do. That's
the narrative. Let's finish with this
Is
guy.
that true?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's not true. That's not. We all know
that's
that
not true.
That's not true.
Because they had the Arab slave
Let's
trade.
finish this book because I really want to get into the fuckery here, and I like what you're bringing up, and I want to get off of this first page of the first chapter.
No. That's what I'm saying about the Bantu. How people can say, "Okay, we African." Okay, yeah, if they claim to be Bantu.
Okay, well, everything's mislabeled. They call in Indian people, Hindustan people, Indians now. And then they call in Africans Bantu. And the labels are mixed around.
Well, Bantu is coming from the east.
Yeah, we know this, and Africans are actually saying that.
So they walk crane across Africa to get to the west of Africa.
That's how the story goes.
Listen, Indian Ocean connects Africa to India. So it would not be hard for people that's a Bantu that comes from India to go travel to Africa even before European contact.
You gotta go that way because they was going the way of the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean to fucking.
I know that, but before the European contact, that can explain why Bantu is a concept in Africa because they've had contact with people in Hindustan for centuries before European contact. And then you brought some of those Hindustan Bantus over to the Americas, but now they rewriting history to make you the Bantu, the foreigner, and they giving them the what is it called, the birthright and stuff. So giving whole Siberians and Filipinos titles like Native American and stuff like that. When really they're the ones that are the original Bantus or Siberians or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, let's get back into this page. It says we need to uncover that diverse and vibrant history that existed before the dark period and understand that Africa's story did not start with the slave trade. Africans had a rich history long before Europeans arrived on the continent. This is one reason why some people hesitate to embrace their African heritage.
Okay, so we get taught about Mansa Musa.
We are hesitant on our African heritage because we had a rich history before Europeans. Does that make sense? Slavery has had a lasting impact on our collective consciousness. Yes, it has. As much of American history revolves around the plantation system. Some individuals who falsely claim Native American ancestry reject the film. Oh my God! Reject the film roots because it highlights. That's not the reason why it's rejected. Because it highlights slavery without acknowledging that our ancestors were also victims of European enslavement. What sentence? What kind of sentence? Can somebody tell me what that sentence means? I'm going to read it one more time, a little slower. It says some individuals who falsely claim Native American ancestry reject the film roots because it highlights slavery without acknowledging that their ancestors were also victims of European enslavement.
Folks, this book is fiction.
Please tell me, what does that mean? Okay, I get the part they're saying we reject the film roots. Okay, and it's not because It highlights
Alex
slavery.
Haley.
Oh, so Ty, people don't like the Roots movie because it talks about slavery. So so were those the same people who showed up at the Django movie? It was about slavery. Every time there's a slave movie, the whole community is going to show up and watch it.
Exactly.
So
or Color Purple. That movie is after slavery.
It's a
Reconstruction period telling niggas to go move to Africa.
But Ty, anything that mentions slavery, we reject. Yes, we have grown tired of slave movies, but not the mention of slavery is why we hate ourselves. That doesn't make any sense. And there's other reasons.
No, the reason why he missed the point, which was the caste system. Because the caste system puts other groups at a favorite position to white folks. That is why we have so-called self-hatred, as he likes to put it. But it's not about distancing ourselves from Africa. Africa has a great history. They got Mansa Musa being the wealthiest nigga on earth, right? But that's not us. You can tell us about Queen Nzinga, but that's not us. She was enslaving your self-proclaimed ancestor.
But get this, Todd. Let's tell them reasons why people reject Roots. People reject Roots, one, because it was not a true story.
He plagiarized it.
So
he went over there to Africa, ABC production with the Buena Vista production, went over there and paid some drunkard named Kiba Kanga Fofana some money to tell lies and confirm his own biases that he plagiarized out that book. He then put himself into the character of Kunta Kinte, got into the African Star ship and pretended to be a slave on board a slave ship. And he did the slave boat challenge. But let's move back to the book.
Well, yeah, we also reject it because people use that as the definitive answer to our ancestry. And It came out of nowhere. That's not because, it just talks, it's about slavery.
It wasn't the only one. You had Boss N-Word and all these other movies that touched upon the slave trade. But this one highlighted as the pop culture thing definitive of all slavery.
Another reason why people rejected it, also because it didn't align with what their oral traditions, and it was just coming out of nowhere teaching you something that you just didn't know about before. And it's not because of the slavery aspect.
Even Alex Haley admitted in his genealogy with the sequel piece with Queen, admitted that he was of American Indian descent.
Yeah, why don't y'all go out there and watch Queen? It stars Halle Berry. I mean, who's that other guy that play Oprah's dad off of Women of Brewster Place? I don't know what his name is, but he looked like he could be. He looks like he can be Oprah's dad.
He played Martin Luther King in that
they got
movie.
the same face or something like that. Who else is in that movie?
Yeah.
And it has, what's his name? Danny Glover
in
there. Yeah, it has some good actors in there. But basically, she mentioned her mother in there, mentions like, yeah, my mom is full-blooded what?
Cherokee.
Yeah, and he put that in his own actual story, his actual movie that's about his genealogy.
So you had Ma J. Sinclair, you had Paul Winfield,
what's
Ossie Davis,
Jasmine Guy.
You had Eric King. You had
you had that Allstate nigga. What's his name?
Dennis Hayes Burt. You had Juicy Smollett.
You had Raven Simone.
Yeah, Raven Simone.
Yeah, so there we have it. Just go watch that. But anyway, he's talking about the Roots movie and say we reject it.
Alquan, it's not O.J. Simpson. He was in Roots.
So
we're talking about Queen.
It says we reject the film because it highlights slavery. Okay, without acknowledging their ancestors who also are victims of enslaved Europeans.
What about that Milton Giventry from the African movie?
What?
She
what?
You know when he was talking about that forgetful tree?
That was following that
woman.
Yeah, the Woman King.
It was just hard to believe bullshit.
Yeah, magical ritual to take away your African mind. You left your African mind in Africa because they circled you around the tree,
Well,
then
that's
brought you
how
to
roots was. That's why people reject that
That
shit.
sounds like
the barracoons and
Fairy tale.
the Dora no return fairy tale
that's
shit.
another reason why we rejected it is because it was very
Fairy tale.
romanticized and
Yes.
fantastical.
Don't forget Sankofa too.
Yeah, I would recommend watching that as well. I say diversify what you watch.
Your palette.
Yeah. Don't just be in a bubble, the echo chamber. So yeah, because it highlights slavery. Okay, so one
Yeah,
way.
he was running around here thinking they didn't send us a Chicken George and
Kizzy and
Yeah.
Waller.
Yeah, okay.
Fictitious
So one of the
characters, that's
things,
not real.
didn't grandmother, she was like, well, it is a real story because our grandmother is kind of going through a phase. She goes in and out of, I guess, actually telling in the beginning, before she got her dementia, she was telling us specific tribe stuff, which we confirmed. And then as she got older with the dementia thing, she gets swayed by TV and starts saying, and
things
boyfriends
like
and
white
she's
pastors.
white pastors that she
Mormons.
having this new church
and
telling
people
her,
that she nursed
he said,
in
well,
a
it has to
nursing
be a
home.
real movie because it was on a real plantation, and that plantation where it's in South Carolina, and it had something. I think our family had some type of Aiken. It's where some of our family members come from, and they had some type of relation with that area. And it's like, okay, so grandma, yeah, they used that plantation. They had to have a movie set.
Yeah.
But the story is fictional. So
it's just a reenactment.
All right. So yeah. Anyway, just don't get enchanted by some of this stuff. Well, it says in the next paragraph, one well-known YouTuber. Okay, he's talking about YouTube now.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is this scholarship?
Okay, well,
this is YouTube shit.
One well-known YouTuber even goes as far as to believe that the entire transatlantic slave trade occurred in reverse, with Europeans being enslaved by African Americans. Who said that? Who actually claimed? What is this? Who's this well-known? He didn't say who it was.
He didn't cite his source.
You didn't cite
because he could get sued for slander or something like that.
One well-known YouTuber even goes as far as to believe that the entire transatlantic slave trade occurred in reverse, with Europeans being.
Oh, Hebrew got it right. He said Dane.
Why you just say it?
Why you just say Dan Calloway?
Say it.
Just say it.
This is not like you can't submit a paper with this type of sentence,
especially at no college level.
Okay, so that's the first sentence of this paragraph. So I just suspect that the rest of this paragraph will relate to that first line because that's like the thesis of that paragraph, correct? A thesis meaning that's the topic you open with. So the rest of the damn paragraph should go along with that to substantiate your claim.
Exactly.
All right. So that's the first sentence. He's saying that somebody said transatlantic slave trade happened in reverse. Europeans were enslaved by African Americans. Okay. This denial of history stems from a deep sense of shame and embarrassment about their African heritage. Europeans were well aware.
So don't you have Benjamin Banneker, who they say that his mama was a white slave and his daddy was a black free person?
Okay, let me ask you this. Is it not well documented and known? Okay, so what we're speculating here is not factual because of what we found the playbook yet. But what we have been able to gather is the nature of the beast. In their writing, they messed up and let go of how they did the Eskimos and the Indians in America. Well, they grounded them up and took them to boarding school and stripped them of their identity and said, okay, don't speak that language. Yeah. Hold on. Don't speak that language. What you're doing is heathenish. Don't speak that language and you're no longer, take the Indian out of them.
Yeah, save the man. Kill the Indian, save the man.
Okay. And they wrote that shit down, how to kill the Indian and save the man. Why was that necessary for them to do that?
Okay.
And they can't wear their clothes. They got to cut their hair.
You want me to answer that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so if that's the case, if they did all that to the people who purport themselves as Native Americans, how all of a sudden they remember, if they were stripped of that, how all of a sudden they know what their heritage is? Okay, so how are they still wearing the clothes and the hair and the language?
Stop right there, or they did it to y'all too.
They did it to us.
Everybody.
Okay, so why are fucking people in denial of this critical race theory and what's going on and shit? Why are you gonna take that your ass came from Africa? Because they told you that you did.
Yes.
Yes.
Stripped the man.
Oh, hold on,
why would you go for that bullshit and they already got a playbook on how to destroy you and get you confused of who you are, where you came from?
But the thing is, they say.
Does that make sense?
But how is it so that Native Americans know every damn thing about their culture if they were stripped of it?
And then on top of
the ones who stripped?
They didn't sit in the schools right there from the goddamn.
But the thing is,
Alaska people saying the same damn shit.
Yeah.
All the way down
because everybody's on script. Everybody
on
has
script.
their
They got
a
role to play.
Them. They didn't seem to take them.
No, they mess
other
with
areas
us,
other people.
but they mess with us because the evidence shows if they were stripped, then why are they still? If they were stripped, why are they still practicing their culture? Then, if they were stripped,
exactly. Oh, and on top of that, during slavery,
they were stripped. I'm gonna say they were stripped. Hold on, I'm gonna say they were stripped. Hold on, I'm gonna say they were stripped of their robbed of their culture and told no, don't do that. That's wrong. They just left it right there and they wrote that shit down.
Mm-hmm.
So they just fuck with them groups of people. You mean to tell me they didn't fuck with everybody else?
But if they were
people of color that came in contact with us and know you're not this, you
they were
brainwashed your ass.
So my question to you is, if they were stripped, then where is all this culture they're practicing? Where they get that from?
They hid it under the table. You know,
that's
like
dumb.
Hold on, baby. Listen, they took that while they was chewing that gum, and they was like,
They braided in their head. They braided the seeds in their head
under the table, so they don't they can pull it back out, and that's how they got it.
Okay. Then how hold on, answer my question.
No,
then
but that went over your head. You're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So why couldn't they destroy your heritage, your culture?
Exactly.
They could. They
did.
And they gave
you. That's the evidence right there. They did. They wrote it down that that's what they did. They showed you pictures of the sending people to school and shit.
And then what did they give you? What did they give you after that as your graduation gift? That you African.
American name.
No, Brandy.
The African identity as our graduation gift.
Yes,
Brandy.
So yes. So do you understand that, Ty?
Yes.
That's the nature of the beast. So how can you tell me this same fool right here saying, "Oh, black people don't want to claim this because they just don't want to identify with Africans because they're embarrassed"? No, that's what the man told you are. You gonna fall for that trickery?
No, you're not.
Okay. So if he lied to them sets of folks, he ain't gonna lie to you. Who told you came from Africa?
The white man.
You came from Africa. Who told you came from Africa?
Who
said you came from Africa? Because they said you came. They packed your ass up in ships and brought you here.
Okay,
that's according to their
story. That's according to their story. They have known even the fucking Bible. They done changed.
Yeah.
Okay, so they ain't gonna change your story.
Exactly.
And insert themselves as your white savior, and they saved you out of Africa because you was in poor conditions. They saved you, and you ungrateful nigga. Mm-hmm. We gave you a better life. That's what they sent jammed down your throat. Mm-hmm. We saved you. You were slaves over there in Africa. Then nobody wants you. You was gonna die. So you were swinging from trees like Tarzan. Yes, white zaddy went over and stole your ass and brought you to America to a better life. And you ungrateful. You heard what I said? That's what they say to you.
Yeah.
So, Brandy.
Yeah, it says here in the book, Europeans were well aware of the rich culture and diverse belief systems of African people. Yes, that's true. They knew about a lot of people's belief systems and culture. Not just Africans. Our ancestors were forced to adopt the ways of their oppressors, leading to ridicule of anything different from European culture.
Yes. That's just what I just said.
Yeah, you were forced to adopt the ways of thinking.
Ways. And
what's a part of European way?
Look like them, just like them,
and
talk like them,
and listen
like
to
them.
what they tell you,
and listen to what the fuck they tell you.
Exactly. So the erasure of our ancestors' names, culture, and religion was a deliberate attempt to strip them of their identity and reduce them to mere property.
Yeah. So who controlled the dialogue?
White people. And during slavery, they built a whole school for niggas in New York called the Free African School, built by Alexander Hamilton and John Jay. And what they did was they got a bunch of free black people and told them to make up stories about them being slaves from Africa.
So that there is a way, that's their evidence showing you that erasure, reducing you to a mere property and making you rethink about stuff.
Yeah.
To strip you from, what did he say? Names, culture, and religion. So we're basically using your arguments to bitch slap you. Like we're making you punch yourself.
So highlight that and so
we'll do that. We'll do that. However, it is important to remember. We are going to do that. Okay. However, it is important to remember that before the atrocities, let me go back and press the bookmark again. Mm-hmm. Okay. However, it is important to remember that before the atrocities of the slave trade, African people were much more than just commodities. Okay, so is that Soninke? I don't know how to pronounce it. Soninke or whatever.
Soninke, yeah, you got it right.
The Soninke people set up an advanced social and political model. It was a structured system led by kings and important people. They had a deep culture and artistic practice. Their creations included detailed pots, ornaments, and cloth materials. The Soninke were famous for the trade routes they created. These routes crossed the Sahara Desert, making trade and exchanging ideas and knowledge sharing with other African communities possible.
He talking about the Gambia, Mali, and Mauritania, and Senegal.
Well, I don't understand.
He talking about some marabou shit.
Okay, so we just dived straight into that, which he didn't set it up properly. Apart from the Soninke, many other strong and key African civilizations prospered before the slavery period. Okay, I guess that's why he's bringing it up. Sharing with you the prosperity. Africa's through the lens of one random African tribe, which I don't know if it's part of West Africa or not.
It is. It's in the Gambia. It's in Northwest Africa. He should have set it up
and explained that instead of
He didn't. He just chose a random tribe or culture.
But if I was on his side of the argument, I would have wanted to know a little bit more how he set this up instead of just boom, Soninke or whatever, Soninke. Apart from the Soninke, many other strong and key African civilizations prospered before slavery period. Africa's history is rich and diverse, yet why do we only see films focusing on slavery and plantation life? I don't know. Maybe
because you get all your information from small hat media.
Okay, so
that promotes you being a slave and puts you in the what's that? Okay, the supporting role.
Wait a minute. So like why do we need to know why does African history movie have to do with our experience in America? Like why do we so he's saying why
and plus on Netflix alone you got the Queen and Zinga that's coming out, you got Cleopatra and all this other shit.
Wait a minute, he's trying to say, he said African civilizations prosper, African history is rich and diverse. Why do we only see films focusing on slavery and plantation life? Okay, so slavery and plantation life, we're setting it in America, right? The Americas. African history is in the Africa area.
Yes.
So why would we need, how are they in the same film category?
They're not.
One would be American history category and one would be an African history category.
Exactly.
So what is that question, sir? So the story of Africa goes beyond slavery, and the Soninke clan, for example, had monarchs, elites, and a vibrant cultural heritage.
Apparently.
Okay, we're not disputing that there were great monarchs and elites and cultural heritage in Africa.
But they ain't worried about your ass.
Okay, so
that's the thing.
What are we getting at? Okay, so when I look at my daughter's drawings, I can't help but wonder about the artistic talent passed down from her West Africa. Oh my God, like nobody else is talented in artistic talent.
Oh Lord!
Is there no cave writings in the Americas?
Yes, there are.
But basically, okay, if she's a great artist, I'm a great artist.
But
Ty's a great artist, but that doesn't necessarily mean it comes from your African, West African ancestors.
That kind of reminds you of that time when we was debating Renee and Psycho, and she was talking about art classes is the solution for Black folk.
Ty, listen, he said I can't help but wonder if the artistic talent came about the artistic talent passing down from her West African ancestors. Huh? Is that a unique African thing to be good at art? I thought that was just a human thing. Anybody could be a great
universal
artist.
Thing. But let's keep moving.
Anyway, that was an ignorant thing to say. They're not saying that there's not great artists in Africa.
I can't help but wonder.
It says the region that is now Sudan.
Okay, what the does that got to do with us? Okay. Sudan. What does that have to
Sudan?
do with
Tell
us?
me where Sudan is. No, it's
No,
not
that ain't Bantu.
That's up in the
That's
Sahara.
Sudanic. That's
That's in-
Sudanese or what?
That's up there in the Sahara
Sahara
Desert.
Desert. Those are the Nubians. Those are
You
Cushites.
might as well call them like related to Egyptians.
Egypt.
Like, what is Sudan? So they went up into the desert and digged y'all out. Okay, so the region. Okay, let me get on topic. He's talking about the prosperity of Africa. Okay, the region is now. Okay, we're supposed to be proud of hearing these things. The region that is now Sudan was once home to the Kingdom of Kush, a thriving civilization that existed between 1000 BCE and 350 CE. This kingdom served as a major hub for trading culture, excelling in ironworking, agriculture, and architectural design. That is amazing. Like, I'm not being sarcastic. That is amazing.
But what does it have to do with us? Oh, Brittany,
What?
What does this shit got to do with us if that's where the white man is claiming is white Caucasian Africa? And he brings up later in the paragraph talking about Caucasian Horn of Africa. Places that they don't want you to claim, but they want you to focus your mind on West Central Africa, from Senegal all the way down to Angola.
But okay, so even if white people claim it or not, I don't care. I think that's very impressive. I think there's a lot of cultures around the world who have excellent, in agriculture and things like that. Thank you for giving me a history geographical lesson. Anyway, meanwhile, in the South, that does not make me hate my African self.
No, it doesn't.
Meanwhile, I'm just proud for Africans for having a rich culture.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the South, the Aksum, is that how you pronounce it? Aksum Kingdom emerged in what is now Ethiopia.
That's Abyssinia.
And
Eritrea,
establishing itself as one of the earliest powerful empires in history. One of the earliest and powerful empire. Okay, one of them. Okay, he's not proclaiming that's the powerful.
But they call you Gerrers.
But that does not have anything. If he's African, those people, ethnic groups, I'm going to say S at the end of groups, because there's not just one group of Ethiopians. They're broken up in different groups.
Like, share,
they
and
have
subscribe.
nothing to do with what he say. He's a Congolese or something.
Igbo. He claims
that
to
has
be an
nothing
Igbo.
to do with Ethiopians. Anyway, it says establishes one of the most earliest powerful empires in history. Aksum became a bustling trade center, facilitating the exchange of goods between various regions of the world. Its queen engaged in commerce with the Romans, Indians, and other African kingdoms. With the adoption of Christianity, Aksum transformed into a Christian nation, becoming one of the earliest Christian communities globally and gaining widespread recognition. Additionally, the Great Zimbabwe Kingdom. Okay, now we all the way in Southern Africa region.
So region.
We're just going all around the continent.
All around the continent.
So okay. He was in love with West Africa. Now he over there.
Yeah, he over in other areas.
Because he grab bagging for random shit. It's a Wakanda lark.
Okay, because he wants you to feel proud of Africa.
Because in his childhood, his mother instilled in him to hate Africa.
And apparently, y'all Negroes hate Africa too, so he needs to make you feel proud of it and claim it. Okay, so I can feel proud of like somewhere in, say, like, let's say, France, proud of its whatever history.
Eiffel Tower.
I can say that's an impressive building, that architecture. But that doesn't mean I can go claim their
Notre Dame.
I can't claim it. Like, I can appreciate other culture stuff.
But I can look at Tuskegee and be proud of my heritage.
I like Paula Paneer and what else some Indian people? Samosas.
What's that thing? Chutney.
Yeah, no, I like that, but I can't claim being a Hindustan person. I can appreciate their culture and their history.
And we grew up in a household with Pakistani people.
So I like the Taj Mahal, but that doesn't mean I can claim them. So anyway, going back to this, is saying that, they're the earliest Christian communities and things like that. In Great Zimbabwe Kingdom, located on African continent. Okay, you didn't have to tell us that it was located on the African continent. That's extra filler. Was another significant African empire. The Great Zimbabwe was renowned for its flourishing art and architecture from the 11th century to the 15th century CE, leaving a lasting legacy in present-day Zimbabwe.
Let's get past this.
Okay, it was almost done. It was my mistaken belief that African people were uncultured savages. Who wrote this? It was my mistaken belief that African people were uncultured savages. So this is your confession of hating and having xenophobia. And now you want us to you want to put this down our throat
onto us. That's
because
projection.
you want to. You're apologetic towards the Africans.
Yeah.
So therefore, we should embrace your journey and pilgrimage
to Africa,
to being a pretend African.
but calling us pretendians.
Did anyone on this resonate with thinking Africans are uncultured savages? Because I never thought that.
No, I never thought that either.
That is a harsh statement. So he said they were uncultured savages, but it seems that the pretendians, here we go.
You see what Alquan said? Damn, it sounds like Brandy might take YK out herself.
Wait a minute, it says, but it seems that this is in the same sentence. He said it was my mistaken belief that African people were uncultured savages. It sounds like he got a white ghostwriter to write this.
Yeah, it sounds
dirty.
Like him. It does.
It sounds dirty.
Othering.
We don't say stuff like this.
No, he got that. He cut and paste that out of somewhere else.
Yeah, that sounds like white supremacist Mad Lib. Like you just got the blanks and it says put in a adjective here or put in a noun and you got a whole like.
It says superior race and the other group is inferior race.
Like, who is this guy? Is this guy real?
He's in a group.
No, wait a minute. Is he a real person?
I don't think so.
Is he a young black avatar? If anyone has watched the Atlanta show on Hulu, they got an episode called Young White Avatar. Just go watch it and you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's like as if he's a puppet for someone. He got a ghostwriter.
Or what about that episode where that biracial person was pretending to be a white person? Yeah,
it's catfish. But I'm gonna say it again. It was a mistaken belief. My mistaken belief that African people were uncultured savages, but it seems that the pretendians are perpetuating the same narrative as the Europeans. But you just perpetuated a narrative of European by saying they were uncultured savages. That's some black supremacist, white supremacist stuff.
Graham cracker, by the way.
Anyway, they are pushing the idea that he's talking about y'all pretendians, because I'm not a pretendian. They are pushing the idea that those who engaged in international trade with the Roman Empire are still primitive. What? Is this what any of y'all said? Who said that? He said they are pushing the idea that those who engaged in international trade with the Roman Empire are still primitive. So I guess he's saying that pretendians are saying that Africans, they traded with the Roman Empire, so therefore they're still primitive. How is that primitive? If you're trading, you are civilized.
And then on top of that, they get their name Africa from the Romans. So
if you are trading, you are civilized. So that sentence does not make sense. It's the cognitive dissonance and the contradictory in this. It doesn't sound right. I now understand that to oppress someone, you must first dehumanize them. You're dehumanizing people that you're calling pretendians. That is what you're doing. The world needs to recognize that these people had a civilization with agriculture and skilled architects. The kingdom of Kush encompassed all of these aspects. So he says the people of Great Zimbabwe. When I read that, it's just it goes.
Shouldn't he just focus on West African civilizations?
Zimbabwe are legendary for their stone building. Yeah, what about Western civilizations in West Africa? Well, you just gloating and what is it called? Putting on a pedestal all these other coasts of Africa.
Exactly. Instead of focusing on his self-proclaimed
Igbo legendary so it seems like he's still hating on West Africans. He said they're legendary for their stone building construction, of which the Great Enclosure is one example only, surpassing in size. They were great farmers, traders, and cattlemen, and therefore they established trade as one of how the trading routes in that sentence does not make any sense. Trading routes in the Southern African region thrive. Within this context, here are some up-to-date trends of the appealing and eventful history of Africa, which took place before the advent of transatlantic slavery. You didn't put no dates in this bitch. So when did the transatlantic slavery start, man? Can you tell me so I can have context?
They say it's the 1500s.
No, but he didn't say anything. Anyway, grasping and recalling the past. This is the last paragraph of that chapter, by the way. Grasping and recalling the past and presenting contribution of African civilizations is also very important. And all of these are the basis and foundation of the history of the continent and serve as the main reason for the current and future evolution of the society. So some of these words are jumbled up again. I'm getting sick of this. It says their storing of the fact that the past slave owners did not only look at the Africans as slaves, but as also the force that developed and shaped this world is a way of telling that Africans are beyond slavery. Your sentences do not make sense at all. Oops, I lied. There are more pages. There are more pages. He just got a whole gap on this page to make it seem like it's the end of that chapter. But he has a picture of, you've probably seen it before.
It's a slave branding.
A slave branding, a woman with her shirt taken off or whatever you call it. And there's white men standing around her, putting a brand in her back while other people look on. Okay, so having established the fact that African descendants possess a historical background that predates the era of slavery in America, is now appropriate to delve into the significant influence that Africans exerted on the development of America. So translating that, giving you the Cliff Notes version of that paragraph or that long ass sentence, if I must say, he's saying that he just established in what we read so far that descendants of Africans actually had a history before slavery in America. Who would have thought? He's claiming to us that we've been in denial, that we think that we've just popped out of thin air and our existence started in slavery. And he's giving us new knowledge that we've had a history prior to slavery.
Wow.
I felt like I learned something new.
And their history began in Africa.
Yeah, it began in Africa with no dates of when we came over. So
conflating thousands and thousands of years
and then bringing
together.
up like East Africa and Southern African civilizations, but you still didn't touch on the so-called Africans we descended from, the West Africans. You didn't touch on their history.
He only went with one, which is the Soninke.
But he only just briefly mentioned it, and then he didn't tell us where they were from.
Yep, he didn't cite.
And I
that.
never heard of them before, so I do appreciate him learning me a new tribe name. I appreciate that because then I can go research myself. But anyway, the foundation of America was established through the hard work and contribution of African individuals. From the 1500s to the 1800s, merchants transported approximately 12 million Africans across the Atlantic as human property. 12 million, y'all, approximately. This historic, how the hell
12 million.
did they transport 12 million? All right, and over what time? Okay, he said through the 1500s to the late 1800s, 12 million were transported. This horrific practice involved the pillaging of entire villages, resulting in the capture of countless African people who were subjugated to a fate that surpassed even most terrifying nightmares. It was absurd to consider that there are Black individuals today who would refuse to acknowledge the existence of slave trade. So there are people today that refuse the existence of slave trade. They reject the plundering of whole villages and refuse to accept their forebears suffered a treacherous journey across the rough seas and the holds of these slave ships. Let us delve further into the history of these individuals who chose to deny reality, to vehemently reject. The consequences of this destiny took a heavy toll on both their physical and mental health, affecting every single part of their lives. The enslavement of African individuals would not have succeeded without the initial step of stripping them of their humanity. They were seen as nothing more than possessions. Hence the branding before they were taken away from Africa. Okay, so people were branded before taken from Africa. This picture doesn't look like Africa. Does this picture look? They wearing all them damn clothes.
They would have been butt ass naked, and plus, wouldn't it be the Portuguese and the Spaniards doing that?
So,
but we don't speak Portuguese and Spanish.
So I didn't know they
United
branded.
States, so I
did not know they branded them before they brought them on the ship.
I thought it was branding once they got to the United States, because if you already got brands on them before the United States, why would they be purchasable? Because remember,
brand cattle.
Yeah.
Before you purchase them,
that's never say that
puts their brand
on their brand. Exactly.
Like the Django Unchained.
Wait. So they brought. So did the slave auctions happen in Africa, and they took them on a ship back to America? Like everybody own a ship, like they own a car today.
No.
And then they sent all their brands over to Africa. So okay, I can't make it to Africa this week. So y'all take my brand over there and brand somebody real fast, and that just shows that's mine. You're mine. And so I didn't know that.
This
is
giving me a headache.
So they were saying about they wouldn't have succeeded without the initial step of stripping them of their humanity. That's a damn lie. This initial step is actually capture, is it not?
Yes. It's Africans going in to different parts of the country, snatching up other villages, and then sending them to the coast to be sold to a Portuguese person or a Spaniard or a Frenchman.
They enslaved Africans. It says here they enslaved Africans by stripping them of their humanity. That was the first step. Okay,
How did they do it?
I thought the first step would be like deception, and then warfare, and then capture, and then the humiliation and dehumanizing. Not like stripping their humanity first.
But where is the workshops for these things?
Yeah,
brainwash them out of their identity.
Yeah, what methods do they use? Is there a booklet?
Like we were talking about, Native Americans were so defiant to preserve their culture regardless of going through a boarding school. So how did they strip you of an African identity
before getting on the ship? And how do you know what language you was going to end up speaking before embarking on to the Americas? So if you were indoctrinated before you left Africa, what if you ended up in Brazil and what you was taught in Africa was English? So you got to relearn. You got to go to night school for this shit.
You learning Spanish, Portuguese.
Right. They had to be multilingual.
And then once you got here, you had to learn American Indian languages to help the white man decipher 500 languages up in the North America and all these thousands of languages in South and Central. And
all this heritage of him. Our ancestors being linguists, but he can't even get the English language right to write a damn book. But anyway, I digress from that. He said they were seen as nothing more than possessions, hence the branding before being taken away to Africa. Ain't that a bitch? So here's a quote that he included in here. And it says, in 1744, geographer Joseph Randall reported that merchants engaged in Guinea slave trade marked their purchases with hot iron to distinguish them from one another before making the middle passage. So this Joseph Randall guy branded his slaves with hot irons.
The word Guinea is problematic because you have Europeans using Guinea to refer to Indians over here.
To distinguish them one apart from another while making the middle pass. Why does he need, if that's all his property, why he need to distinguish who? Is he naming them before they get on the ship? Like,
is he doing his due diligence to recognize which of his slaves come from what region?
And catch this, there is no source. Usually when I see quotes around something, I see, at the end there's in parentheses where you get this from, like a primary source.
Yeah, a footnote.
Like, this comes from whatever, or like it should show who the author of that quote is. It doesn't show it at all. It's just got quotations. I got to take what he says and just believe that he got it from somewhere. But anyway,
and he shows a picture of the famous Brooks diagram.
Yeah, and that Brooks diagram
is fiction. It's propaganda.
Go look into that. It is propaganda because he didn't actually go onto a slave ship and draw that.
That's Thomas Clarkson.
He went onto he was in Africa. Like Whole Foods or Food Lion or Harris Teeter or whatever.
He had a lot of Equiano.
You go to. You went on a grocery store ship, which is like you trading goods, and Piggly Wiggly, and it's got a bunch of groceries. It got a bunch of groceries in there, right? Yeah. And he was like, this must be the way these pineapples are stacked up on this here in these crates.
From Slaves Arrest toy store.
This is really what the slaves look like. And he drew based on that grocery store boat. He drew. I don't need to show them that diagram. They know what I'm talking about. The picture of the sardines of
slaves from the Slaves Arrest toy store. I don't want to grow up.
So
I want to be a Slaves Arrest kid.
Basically, that's how he got his drawing from. But you can go look it up and see the background behind it. Anyway, he said slavery was already known on the continent, and this continent regularly. What continent, bro? It was already known on the continent, and this created regular battles and depths among tribes, which were solved by bringing individuals to be sold. You don't think that happened over here?
He don't think so.
Okay, so on top of that, African people were brought to this horror by being abducted.
No, it wasn't abducted. It was a trade.
Okay, Martha King, a former slave, narrates a horrifying story. Okay, when is she born? What kind of slave are you talking about? Where? Slavery where? So Martha King, a former slave, narrates a horrifying story about her grandmother being abducted. From where, though? You could be abducted from the Amazon and brought up to Jamaica. You could be abducted from Virginia and brought down to Barbados.
You could be abducted from Maryland and sent to Haiti. You could be abducted from Ohio and sent down the Mississippi River down to Louisiana.
You can take somebody's word out of context. And then even if somebody wrote down Martha King's account, who's to say if that person didn't write it exactly how she said it and they didn't twist it into a lie? And also, who's to say if she even confirmed that story to begin with? There's so many open questions.
And a lot of people that was speculative on it, like E. Franklin Frazier, he said most slaves only have a vague recollection of a pseudo sense of African self. Only one of them, like Martin Delaney, could prove that they came from Africa from royalty. Most people didn't have an answer to this African story.
Her grandmother was abducted and her grandmother told her, that might very well be true, but abducted from where? And then she does, and it says she does so to give the listeners a glimpse of the awfulness of the slave trade. Nobody's saying the slave trade never happened, bro. And it says, in the quotes, my mother was Harriet Davis and she was born in Virginia. I don't know who my father was. My grandmother was captured in Africa when she was a little girl. A big boat was down at the edge of the bay and the people was all excited about it. And some of the bravest went up Purdy close to it. So it's speaking in slaves language.
That sounds like blackbirding.
How old is this guy?
I don't know.
He in his 30s or something like that.
He got his grandma abducted and brought him part.
No, he's talking about this woman named Martha King.
Narrative.
With no
vague.
With no date, nothing, no source. And it said, and who does the study, who collected her account. We don't mention none of that. Anyway, I'm talking in like a scattered way because I'm trying to read the slave talk, how they wrote it. A big boat was down at the edge of a bay and people was all excited. And then some of the bravest went up pretty close to look at it. The men on the boat told them to come on board and they could have a pretty red handkerchiefs, red and blue beads and big rings. A lot of them went on board and the ship sailed away with them. Did you know that a lot of these counts were recorded about people and American Indians saying the very same stories?
Yep, you got Indian wars going on at the same time.
And not just in the Americas, but also in other places in the world, like the Pacific Islands and Asia, where they would bring a boat up and then people would these people on the boats would flash things. Trinkets. And let people with curiosity would get onto the boat and they would just, we caught them, and they would, sail off.
Yeah.
That stuff would happen all the time. But who's to say that this person's grandmother actually came and was captured from Africa? If whoever wrote it down could have said, they're Negro or they're from Africa. And then was Africa in the regular Negroes' vocabulary?
No, it wasn't.
During slavery days.
Nope. All they knew was Negro. All they knew was a slave Bible and what the white man told you about what happened in the Bible. And then
for all I know, like for most of the part, I've listened to a lot of elders, and their first time of hearing about Africa is through the Tarzan movie, that black and white Tarzan movie. Mm-hmm. So that really wasn't in their vocabulary before then. And the silver screen, which is cinema, didn't come out until what, the 1900s?
Yes.
So, yeah, that just
And before that, you had those Nickelodeons.
But that's a whole
Who
nother story.
control the narrative? That's all I got.
Exactly. Think about that.
It wiped you out of your senses and put you in another area and told you what you were.
Okay, and he
Exactly.
didn't cite his source again. The Africans were transported abroad colossal vessels as illustrated in the slave ship Brooks diagram. That diagram is propaganda and it's not real. It's not like he went and looked at a boat's plan and blueprints and drew it. He never been on a slave ship. I just told you a little bit about the story behind that. And he says this was an illustration from the Brooks diagram where they were positioned horizontally without any spaces in between. Listen to that. Certain Africans opting for death rather than facing their final destination decided to jump overboard into the vast Atlantic Ocean. On occasions, if they refused to eat, Africans were forced to ingest nourishment through a funnel inserted into their mouths. They watched Goodbye Uncle Tom because this sounds like verbatim from their script.
Yes.
All right. And then like as if no other people could be force-fed, like only Africans would force-fed. Anyway, let us pause for a moment and consider the abundance of documents confirming. Okay, you did not mention any of these abundant documents confirming the occurrence of this tragic event. Can you imagine the mental acrobatics required to deny its existence? What? So it takes mental acrobatics to deny its existence? I feel fine. Do you feel fine?
I feel fine.
Are you doing mental gymnastics to deny it and say, "Oh, I can't hear it," and covering your ears?
No, I just use my common sense.
So he said, can you imagine the mental acrobatics required to deny its existence? African people are scattered across America.
So is Indians.
Beyond just the United States. Each with the ancestral tales tracing back to West Africa. The history of slavery in America and influence of African culture in South Carolina further attests to this. South Carolina, okay, so now he hitting home with the Carolinas, so we got to listen up to this. South Carolina received a larger number of slaves compared to other states due to its rice plantations. The history of the African rice also proves the African rice.
For what?
What African rice? There's a rice I can pick up at the store called the African rice.
There's plenty of different species of rice.
You want to call it the Asian rice because they got jasmine rice, they got basmati. What kind of rice is you talking about?
Are you talking about white rice?
Are you talking about the Mexican?
Are you talking about wild rice?
Are you talking about the Mexican cheese rice
that they call jollof? They was eating jollof.
Okay.
Oh, how they gonna have prep time to bring this rice over here? Are they shoving it up their asshole? Are they braiding it in their scalp? Because they ain't gonna have no prep time.
This is the sentence he says. The history of the African rice also proves that the slave trade was not a mere hoax.
Really?
It was African rice.
We got the Colombian exchange, right? So is it gonna be an African gonna have prep time to think, oh, hey, let me take a pizza with me. If I'm getting kidnapped by somebody off the street in a van, let me hurry up and shove this pizza up my ass.
Every 5 niggas that was sold by the Africans came with one bag of rice.
They came with one bag of rice.
A bag of rice and some black eyed peas. No, it's a trail mix.
Hold on. You go to the pet shop and you buy your first food.
Your hamster, your goldfish, your turtle.
Starter kit.
Yeah, it comes with a starter kit. For every African you buy, they come with a cage and some rice and an Afro
a heat lamp, a thing of water like a hamster.
Yeah. Afro kit, some grease,
yeah, some blue magic.
So he said the slave trade. Okay, so he said the history of African rice also proves the slave trade. Nobody's saying there was no slave trade. Okay, so he said that it's not a mere hoax. He said approximately 3,000 years ago. Okay, we're going back 3,000 years.
Are we going to ignore cereal grains exist in other land masses?
We are going back 3,000. We just jumped from the South Carolina.
Brandy, why didn't they bring millet over here? That's a staple food in Africa.
Listen. Listen, he jumped from history in South Carolina
Right.
with the rice.
They showed rice time.
Okay, so he started with rice, and now he's going back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah,
In
he
the
jumped
same
into the time
paragraph.
machine with Dr. Brown to go get the 300-year-old rice, 3,000-year-old
Okay, so he
rice.
says approximately 3,000 years ago, West African farmers living in the floodplains of inland Niger Delta began cultivating a resilient type of rice known as Oryza. Galbarima. Okay.
What kind of species of rice is that? The scientific name is it? What is it? Is it white rice?
Okay, 3,000
Yellow
years.
rice?
This rice variety,
Brown rice?
He said this rice variety soon became a staple food for the powerful empire.
What was we eating earlier today? Quinoa.
Okay, this rice variety soon became a staple food for the powerful empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai between 11th and the 16th centuries. Okay, are you saying that's the rice that we had? Because you referred to the rice that we had as African rice. Now you mentioned in this 3,000-year-old rice called Oryza Galbarima, which I feel like.
Why is it not still here?
Yeah, why can't I pick it up at the store? Oryza, because I'm learning something new here. What does this rice look like? Because it looks like sunflower seeds. This shit turned out like a
brown rice,
a dark brown rice.
So he's saying that
that is not
this
what
shit was in jambalaya.
That is not what I have from my South Carolina family members with my damn lima beans and cornbread. That don't look like the same rice.
Keep this in mind. This is a New Yorker, by the way. He's not from the South.
This is not the same rice. No.
This is a brown rice.
It's a dark brown rice at that. Like, this doesn't look like the South Carolina rice that we all know of. It just, Anyways.
Oh, and how you spell it is O-Z.
No, O-R.
No, O-R. Let me put this shit in the chat.
O-R-Y.
R-R-Y-Z. A.
Space. G-L-A-B-E-R-R-I-M-A. Yeah, that's how you spell it. That's the rice. It looks like some sunflower seeds. Anyway, going back to this that's bullshit. The rice for 3,000 years ago that was served, but he doesn't say that's the actual rice of South Carolina. But okay, we're gonna move forward. And that's amazing. They cultivated rice. That's amazing.
But he don't mention Indians being able to cultivate wild rice, though. Okay. That's a cereal grain that's from here.
Okay, so along the coastal region, and even if they did use some type of African rice, I mean, it's not,
They would have already, the European would already prep the Indian how to farm it.
Just like, okay, so yeah. And then how it would be so difficult to do that for getting malaria and all that. If Europeans are not used to the South Carolina coast.
Same with the African. They would have died from mosquito bites.
So who was out there with the patients and the mosquito off spray?
Most likely the Indian, because they were already had the inoculation and immunity to go plant some shit in their swamps. So it wouldn't have been an African doing all that shit, because they're making up stories saying that the Africans had the superhuman healing factor, like a Wolverine or the Hulk or Deadpool, going out there farming some rice in the swamps in natives' own natural environment. Come on now.
Well, let's move forward. Along the coastal regions, African farmers developed innovative techniques for growing rice. That's another thing. When they say African farmers, if you know a little bit about West African cultures, what they did traditionally, that farming was a woman thing. It was a female thing. The men went off hunter-gatherer or whatever, doing stuff, warrior stuff, and doing other things, while the women stayed at home. Domestic work included taking care of children, growing the farm, doing the agriculture. That's the African culture.
Even in indigenous American culture, they do that.
Say for instance, they brought a few African men over. Does that make sense? Would they know all that knowledge for agriculture?
No, they would not. They wouldn't.
To bring the women over first.
They didn't bring the women over first. They brought the men because they wanted them to help out with the indigenous women with cultivating the land and getting rid of the trees and all this stuff with the slash and burn technique. So you wouldn't have white people didn't care about the what's that, the gender roles of society with indigenous
They didn't
people.
respect the African indigenous
and
roles, gender roles.
And Native Americans, when they saw that shit, they said that, oh, why you got these men doing women's work? They look inferior. They look weak.
So that doesn't make any sense, because that was a woman's task to do the agriculture aspect. That was a feminine thing to do. But anyway, they said African farmers developed innovative techniques for growing rice in marine, estuaries or whatever that is.
Estuaries, yeah.
Utilizing canals, embankments, gates, and hollow logs to control water levels. That's impressive. I thought, Greeks had something like that.
But didn't Indians have that with aqueducts and the Mississippian
different cultures
culture?
had it too. It's not just
an African thing.
But that's still impressive,
Yeah.
European traders not only purchased rice to supply their ships, but also admired the sophisticated rice cultivation methods employed by African farmers. Geographers documented how African farmers successfully grew rice in various environments, achieving 3 harvests per year by planting in tidal rivers, swamps, and upland fields. This is going to sound very ignorant. I didn't really know that there were a lot of swamps in West Africa, like the kind that you find in America.
Yeah, because they get a lot of droughts, but that's not ignorant.
I didn't know that. I mean, are there?
Yeah, there are swamps, but they get a lot of droughts every year.
Well,
they're a nomadic people. They move their tribal communities all around the continent just to get fertile land, because their land is not that fertile. They got a lot of grassland savannas.
Okay, so he's jumping to 1793. In 1793, slave ship captain Samuel Gamble observed the Baga people's expertise in rice cultivation in Guinea. Enslaved Africans from rice-growing communities planted rice grains left over from the transatlantic journey, introducing African rice, also known as red rice, to the American South. I didn't know there was a red rice, but okay. Over time, African rice was gradually replaced by the higher-yielding Asian white rice, which is the Oryza sativa.
He bringing up scientific names rather than just bringing up regular
Asian white rice,
colored rice.
Oryza sativa. I want to see what that is. Sativa. Isn't that a type of weed or something? Let's see. Rice. Okay, there's the Asian white rice. So he's saying that this white rice replaced this red looking stuff, but no source to actually tell us that.
So what we're eating is Asian white rice.
We've been lied to this whole time. I thought we were growing African rice, but we're growing some type of Asian rice. But he doesn't say what part of Asia, and then who taught us to grow that kind of rice. Did they bring Vietnamese over with their hats to show us how to grow?
I don't think so. I think it was white people observing these Africans, how
and
they
have a different rice growing setup,
And then on top of that, how I think it was is you already had indigenous Americans cultivating their own wild cereal grain, like sweet grass and things like wild rice, and they already caught on to planting white rice within their own swamps because they already had the inoculation to go through those mosquito-ridden swamps to farm these things. And then with later the arrival of Africans, then they were put to work on those rice plantations. But you can't just give all the credit towards Africans. You also have to give your flowers towards the Native American or / American Indian.
But he doesn't mention that in here anyway.
He doesn't.
So today, both Asian and African rice varieties are cultivated in Africa. Okay, could it be that China brought some of that rice? Okay, there's other culture and foreign exchanges. It doesn't have to be linked to the transatlantic slave trade. But it says where rice continues to play a crucial role in the diets of millions of people. Okay, how is that relevant to this? Us.
It's not
African communities possess agriculture knowledge for centuries. They are not uninformed, but rather equipped with the necessary information to thrive. Europeans sought skilled laborers and individuals accustomed to working under the sun from Africa. Okay, so no one else is accustomed to working under the sun in the world.
American
So
Indians,
the equator stretches
Hispanic.
around the globe. So anybody else who's in that equator around the globe, who's under the sun, only Africans are qualified to work under the sun. Okay.
It's pretty much pseudo on his
There
part.
is no shame in this, as it highlights the resilience of African ancestors. So basically, you're also saying that we have more heightened pain resistance. You sound like a eugenicist.
Yes.
You know how you go to the doctor and you're in pain. They're like, oh, no, you're not in pain. You're complaining. We're not going to give you this pill. But you're actually in pain because they feel like people with darker skin have more pain resistance. That's what this sounds like when you're saying that Africans shouldn't be ashamed of having this resilience to the sun. Because if you're in the hot ass sun, you feel discomfort, right?
Yes.
You should be
you're in the cold ass
being...
weather. How can so if we're playing those pseudo games, would the African die off during the wintertime? Because we're not supposed to live in the cold environment like most Afrocentrics say. A lot of us would have died out then, right?
But then you got people living in Chicago and New York,
and you got Australian Aborigines,
and Michigan, and it's cold as hell up there.
Yes.
So why haven't y'all died off? Those of y'all who are up there in the
north,
yeah,
and they play the ashy angle, saying, "Oh, you got ashy angles, so you can't live in the cold." Huh?
Okay. All right. So it says they sought skilled laborers. Now let's delve into the historical context. Okay. During the period of 1850 and 1860, so this is around 1850 and 60, the enslaved Black population of South Carolina grew significantly, reaching 400,000. This growth, I don't like how it's all combined together. This growth allowed white South Carolinians to thrive economically. Okay, so the enslaved population expanded to 400,000. That made white people thrive economically. However, free Black individuals and enslaved people faced numerous social and legal barriers to equality. Okay, you also had free Black individuals who owned slaves as well. In fact, weren't there some of the most richest slave owners in the South Carolina area were so-called Black?
He said 1800, right?
1850 to 1860.
Yeah, you already had Black slave owners during that time.
That were thriving economically. So you can't just clump all free people and enslaved people together as if they're facing the same struggle for equality and legal barriers. Although freedmen often worked as independent laborers, they lived under constant fear of being enslaved or subjected to physical violence. Okay? Pretendians often boast about their ancestors being free while dismissing the significance of those who were enslaved. Have you dismissed your enslaved ancestors who you can claim, who you know definitively that they were enslaved?
No.
And just only embrace the freed ones?
No, we have ancestors that were enslaved. You had Martin and Elizabeth who were on the Southern Claims Commission.
Yeah, so we're not trying to dismiss them. We actually found out who they are. I don't think that's dismissing. They seem to view being this, and then we also know our free ancestors during the time of slavery as well, and we're not dismissing them either. So they say they seem to view being descended from enslaved individuals as something to be ashamed of. How? I want to know who my ancestors that were enslaved, who they are, so that I can use that as proof of getting reparations. Why would I be ashamed of that?
Exactly.
Anyway, however, our ancestors were not just slaves. They were a community with a rich culture and valuable skills essential in shaping America. There is no shame in this. I am not ashamed of my history. In our history in America, it's not just about slavery. It's also about Reconstruction period. It's also about, even before the chattel slavery. It's about a lot of things. It's about today as well. So, yeah, there's no shame in that. It simply highlights the resilience and perseverance of our ancestors. Okay. Anyway, he said 1861, when the Civil War started at Fort Sumter, Black individuals were forced to work as laborers in the Confederate Army. And there were some who weren't forced to work in the Confederate Army.
There were free Negroes that actually owned property and joined.
And then American Indians.
Exactly.
So why are you just one-sided with this? He said, I'm proud to say that my ancestors were part of this group who helped shape America's history. It's important to remember the struggles they faced. As without them, I wouldn't be able to call America my home today. Okay, you're just putting in filler sentences. I didn't need to know that. Through extensive research into my family's past and undergoing an ancestry DNA test, I have discovered that the majority of my ancestors were forcibly taken from Africa and brought to the low country. Okay, so in your DNA test, it showed you a forced enslavement in your DNA.
That's not how DNA works.
Okay, let me not interrupt the sentence. He said undergoing an ancestry DNA test, I had discovered the majority of my ancestors were forcibly taken from Africa and brought to the Low Country where they labored on plantations owned by white individuals. Damn, I didn't know DNA could show you all that.
No, he's saying genealogy. He confusing.
Yeah, genealogy
DNA.
Can show you that. DNA test is not going to show you that. Like, for instance, if I took a DNA test.
Brady, many of these prison wizards combine DNA and genealogy into one. They can't tell the difference between one. DNA is talking about genetics. Genealogy is talking about paper documents and events that happen. So let's continue.
Yeah, so that's kind of like taking a DNA test to determine whether my brother is in fact my brother, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I took that DNA test, will I be able to tell how I was conceived and what day I was conceived on, or
what they fed me,
or how many years apart I am from my brother? No, it's not going to tell you that. It's going to tell you my relation. If I'm related, do I have matches with him? You know, it's not going to tell me all this other crap, these events that took place and how it happened, where it happened. But anyway, he claims this thing without any type of like proof here. And he, remember earlier in this thing, he was saying people that are pretending, so-called, don't want to share their information, their family information, but he's not showing his actual information here. I don't see the test results here.
He just showed National Archives and Record Administration for the U.S. Civil War Pension Index, General Index to pension files of 1861 to 1934.
Oh, okay. So let me get to
database.
That. So it says, during my exploration, I have come across ancestors who were enslaved as well as those who were emancipated. That is genealogy. That's not DNA.
So he messed up right here on this paragraph.
One revelation that left me astonished was a discovery. And if you found out your family was enslaved, that does not give you evidence that they were African. And nobody's denying that you found that out. I am proud. I'm so happy for you that you found out more about your identity. One revelation that I had that left me astonished was the discovery of my third great grandfather, Morris Verdier. Okay, so he did show his family information. That's up to him. Good for him. Not everybody wants to get that personal with strangers online. But anyway, power to him. He said he served in the U.S. 2nd South Carolina Volunteers during Civil War. Upon finding his pension records, I was able to learn the amount of his he was compensated for his service. Okay. He had a job. Ain't nobody mad at that. Mm-hmm. It says $2,000, period.
Exactly, Hebrew. He is taking his cosplay too far.
He took a picture of it and posted it in here. Of this ancestor, and it's coming from the National Archives and Records Administration. Yeah, I suggest anyone who's interested in finding out stuff, please use that source, because you might stumble across genealogical records like he did, like he's supposed to. Anyway, he says on June 2nd, 1863, he went from his third great grandfather to Harriet Tubman.
Is that his ancestor? Is he doing an Umar Johnson? Anybody?
I don't know. Let's figure it out.
I'm a descendant of Frederick Douglass. I'm a descendant of Martin Delany. I'm a descendant of Ira Eldridge. I'm a descendant of Oloda Equiana.
So he says in June 2nd, 1863, Harriet Tubman led 150 Black Union soldiers who were part of the U.S. 2nd South Carolina Volunteers. in the Combahee River Raid, liberating more than 700 enslaved people. This journey of uncovering my family's history has been both enlightening and emotional. Okay, was he a part of that volunteer? Let's see. Second South. Yeah, he was. His third great grandfather was a part of that thing under the command of Harriet Tubman. That's very impressive, I must say. That's good.
Fun fact about Harriet Tubman. Apparently, she has Indian lineage because what I've done in my research on her background, her grandmother, Rit, she's an indigenous person from the Santee River. She must be Santee Sioux because many of these revisionist historians want to claim that she's Ashanti, but when we look into the spelling of the word shanty, when her grandmother mentioned that she vaguely knows about, she mentions that she was taken from somewhere in the Americas. It doesn't mention anywhere that she was taken from West Africa, where the Ashantis are from. We know for certain on the information about slaves being taken up there to Maryland was people taken from South Carolina. Well, I'll land my plane on that one when we get back to the passage.
Yeah, so that's impressive. I'm glad he did that work, but it still does not help his case. It actually strengthens our case that you need to do your genealogical research and find out who these people are. And a round of applause for him for finding out a formerly enslaved ancestors, which he actually did not find out because he just was a volunteer. That doesn't say he was enslaved. He could have been free. He could have owned his own land. He could have been indigenous. He could have been a European, whatever.
He could have been a black slave owner.
Anyway, but I'm glad he did his genealogy. He's doing the work, but just don't give up, brother. Don't just go to Africa. But anyway, that's a notable thing. He said, this journey of uncovering my family's history has been both enlightening and emotional. It has allowed me better to understand the struggles and triumphs of my ancestor, and it reinforces the importance of acknowledging and learning from our past. Our past, learning from it. It's worth mentioning that so if that third great grandfather was resurrected from the dead and told him that he was American Indian, would he just say, "Oh, you're in denial, you're a hater, you're a hater"?
I'm guessing so.
Unfortunately, we don't have that type of technology where we can just resurrect. But anyway, I digress from that. So he said it was an enlightening and emotional journey. So it is worth mentioning that my third great grandfather was one of the 150 Black Union soldiers who aided Harriet Tubman during the Combahee raid in 1863. Being a freedom fighter himself, it was not surprising that I authored this book to emancipate the minds of other mentally enslaved individuals who are of African descent. So y'all are you need to be emancipated. Your mind.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Head ass. Let's get back.
Basically, he said you're mentally enslaved individuals who are of African descent. So it's not surprising that he doing what his third great grandfather was doing back in the day, emancipating these slaves out here. Anyway, he said it deeply troubles me to acknowledge that there are African Americans who deny the horrifying history of slavery and persistently demand proof, such as slave boats, disregarding what? We don't need slave boats to disprove to prove slavery existed.
Wow.
He said that African Americans who deny horrifying history of slavery and persistently demand proof of slave boats, disregarding the undeniable truth about slavery did occur. So I think slavery did happen. I need to see the slave boats.
Yes.
That the slave boat thing is to prove the transatlantic slave trade. It's not to prove that slavery happened. It's about him comprehending what he thinks his opposition is saying. Because I don't think he comprehends. But he's saying, disregarding the undeniable truth that slavery did occur, this reality is truly disheartening. It is inconceivable to envision a collective. What is he talking about Jewish stuff for? it is inconceivable to envision a collective of Jewish individuals who would deny the occurrence of the Holocaust.
Huh?
That's a jaw-dropping sentence. Such individuals would face expulsion from the Jewish community due to their disregard for this historical event.
But he ain't gonna talk about the Mordecais. He ain't gonna talk about the.
But he's saying that y'all
Judah P. Benjamins.
y'all not believing the boats is like a Jewish person not believing the Holocaust. But the thing is, there's proof that Holocaust happened. There's photographs.
We got photos of the ovens.
There's genealogical records to prove that the fucking Holocaust
and
happened.
fossils
Whereas
and pictures.
there are no genealogical records of the slave ships from Africa.
Exactly. There's no
So
photos.
your comparison is not comparing. Like it's not.
It's pretty much a reach.
So such individuals would face expulsion and all that. So similarly, it's disrespectful to our ancestors to negate the existence of the slave trade. There was a slave trade, but where? That's what we want to get the facts straight on. You're saying it happened here, we're saying it happened there. And that's what we're trying to figure out. So denying the history of the slave trade and slavery is a direct affront to their memory. Can you even fathom the thought of experiencing something as horrific as a transatlantic slave trade? It's not about, okay, so you're using sensationalism. You want us to feel sad about a story that you can't prove just to get us fear tactics, get us, how dare you say this story is not true? Don't you think it's horrific if it did happen? Okay, if it did happen, that's very horrific, but show me the proof. So he says, how can you fathom the thought of something experiencing this so horrific? Picture enduring days without food, drenched in water, and subjected to inhumane treatment. Now, fast forward hundreds of years only to hear your own descendants deny that it ever occurred. How would you stir up emotions within you? Okay. Are you making me feel guilt? Okay, studying history helps us understand our origins and provides valuable insights into the factors shaping our current situation. I agree. So let me give you an example. My mother's ancestors resided in the Low Country. It was there that my mother crossed paths with my father, leading to my birth. Okay, no shit. Delving into my family's past, I discovered I was born and they should have never got together because your mom is a crazy person. Like,
exactly.
From what we read in your forward, she crazy. But she met your dad and she gave birth to you. Delving into my family's past, I discovered I was born in Florida. Okay, wait a minute. His mother's from Low Country. That's where she met his father. He was born in Florida. This revelation came about because my third great-grandfather originated from Tallahassee, Florida, linking my ancestry to my own life story. Okay, so it's a revelation because you were born in Florida and your great-grandfather, your third great-grandfather, originated. He said he originated in Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah, all his relatives moved to New York, and he picked up a New Yorker accent.
Did you not catch it? It said his great-grandfather, his third great-grandfather, originated from Tallahassee, Florida. Who's the originals of Tallahassee, Florida? He said his third great. So basically, you admitting Miami. To us, he admitted to us that his third great-grandfather original from Tallahassee, Florida. Okay, cool. To put it in differently, it's important to acknowledge.
He'll be a Muskogee.
Yeah, it is important to acknowledge that by disregarding history, one is also disregarding their current situation. The fact that African Americans predominantly speak English and have cultural influences from European race is a direct result of historical context of slavery. Unfortunately, some individuals chose to deny this history and instead identify themselves as Indians rather than acknowledging their African heritage. What does that have to do? What does us speaking English have to do with us being African?
It has not.
A lot of people, okay, so the people that call themselves Native Americans, don't they speak English today?
Yes, they do.
The people that come over here, like say for instance, Chinese Americans, don't they speak English here?
Yes, they do.
So does that make them African?
No.
So if we learn English from slavery, how does that make us African?
It doesn't, and many of us deciphered Indian languages. He's
making that stretch that because we speak English from slavery, that we're African, and we're denying that. This denial stems from their desire to distance themselves from the legacy of slavery. Okay, anyway, there are more factors contributing to the denial of African origins among African Americans. One of these reasons is the belief that Africa is impoverished and will remain if so indefinitely. Other reasons is the belief that Africa is solely characterized by vast savannas and untamed wildlife.
Why?
Okay, so he said these are the reasons why we deny African origins. It's because Africa is poor, and Africa is a bunch of savannas and wildlife.
Huh?
Is that your reasons for not claiming Africa?
Nope. That's not why.
There's a lot of wildlife. That's exciting.
Wildlife is exciting.
Okay, so
they got all the lions, they got the leopards.
I hate being African because there's wildlife. It's a lot of grass there, and it's poor. They're poor.
Huh? But you want to go to Brazil, you want to go to Kenya, you want to go to Southeast Asia and go mess with these third world people, though.
Okay, it says stereotypes also play a role as some African Americans hold the notion that Africa lacks access to modern technology. Furthermore, there is a belief among African Americans that Africans do not make efforts to improve their circumstances. However, it is important to recognize that Africa also has thriving urban centers, beautiful coastlines, significant historical sites, and much more. Each region in Africa has a unique characteristic and should not be grouped with broad generalizations.
But that's what he's doing.
You are doing that broad generalizations. Notably, this technology industry in Africa experiencing rapid growth and attracting major investments from global tech giants. We know this already. Additionally, Africans have shown their resilience and ability to prosper on their own. Okay.
Yeah, they sold out to the Chinese and the Russians.
We did not doubt that Africans are they're not capable of prospering on their own.
It's just that they don't build up their own country.
He's putting words in people's mouths.
He is.
In 2010, Africans living outside the continent sent an astounding 51.8 billion back to Africa. Who did that? Did you do that? He said Africans living outside the continent sent an astounding 51.8 billion back to Africa. Who's keeping up with these invoices and receipts?
And why isn't he citing his sources?
And since the beginning of this book, he said that all people originate from Africa. So you're saying that when you're saying Africans outside of the continent, are you saying all humanity? Because sometimes I get confused. Who are you talking about? What kind of Africans are you talking about that live outside?
Are you talking about Black Americans?
Are you talking about Asians? Are you
Asians?
talking about Europeans or Latinos? Because according to you, everybody's African. So apparently, this loose term African, of people live outside of the continent who are all human beings outside of the continent, sent an astounding 51.8 billion back to Africa. That's not a lot in terms of how much money is in the world.
It's not.
Okay, so didn't Ukraine get like 50 billion from America just a week ago or a month ago?
Yeah.
Plus some other money.
Israel got
that's not enough money for a whole continent.
Exactly. Israel got trillions.
Anyway, so, y'all not giving enough money back to Africans, surpassing the 43 billion received in aid from Western nations. Okay, so are there not any Africans living in Western nations?
Yeah, they are.
So what is he saying? This impressive statistic highlights, and where are you getting this statistic from? And this impressive statistic highlights,
he doesn't cite his source.
The financial contribution of African individuals living abroad to their families, which exceeds the amount of aid provided by the entire Western world. Okay, are you saying that people that are expats, and what expats are people who come and live in another country just to work? Are you saying Africans who moved over here recently are sending money back to their countries? Because that does happen.
It does. But they're not using that money to build it up to where they can pay back all their debts to China and Russia and things like that.
Okay, he says African individuals are often labeled as primitive. Here you go again, saying these things that you believe, leading to unfair judgments being made about them. Who is saying that? It is false to associate the derogatory term primitive. He's saying it's false to associate that derogatory term primitive with Africa and Africans, but you are actually associating a derogatory term to us, which is pretendians.
Exactly.
So you're
a hypocrite.
So why do I need to listen to anything you're saying? He says, unfortunately, many people in North America still make this connection. However, it is important. Okay, how many people and what percentage, who, and exactly. However, it is important to note that the term primitive has no scientific definition. It is merely an epithet, a derogatory name that Europeans and Americans have historically used to describe people who live differently from them. Oh, like you did when you were growing up?
Exactly.
Particularly those who do not have or utilize the same technological advancement that Western societies do. Contrary to, and you're making it seem like all Black Americans are the ones that are actually just calling Africans primitive.
Exactly. When it's not us, it's white supremacists, it's Latin America, it's even Africans themselves.
And also people like him.
Exactly. Go over there to Kaizo or go over there to a Clubhouse or Twitter space. You'll see a whole bunch of Africans talking shit about each other, saying, oh, the Bantus, they are primitive. They are not like us Nilots. We are superior. We got high IQ.
He's just saying the Western societies and Americans, like once again, overgeneralizing.
No, he should be generalizing the people that he's not hugging right now.
Yeah, and he says, contrary to this misconception, Africans do not lead a primitive lifestyle. And why are you clumping all Africans together, man? And lifestyle in terms of their art, technology, and overall way of life. Do they have an overall way of life? I thought Africa was diverse.
He's contradicting
Instead,
himself.
they have their unique African lifestyles, arts, and technology. He just repeated the same sentence. That greatly depending on factors such as ecology, personal and group preferences,
Dude need to prove
and economic status. It seemed like he copied some of this shit from Google.
He did. He a Googlepedia
I think he
scholar.
Probably there's nothing wrong with looking up stuff on Google.
Google is helpful, but
this dude is probably, I bet you some of this is plagiarized from somebody's personal website.
Yes.
That's why he has no sources. Each African society has contributed and continues to contribute to its innovations and technology. No one's denying that Africans are contributing to technologies and innovations. I've seen this one guy, what did he do? Some dude that's from Africa made a whole glove, a haptic glove, where you can sign language and it translates sign languages into spoken word. So nobody's denying that people all over the world, including people in different African countries, have contributed to innovations and technologies. Well, why he keeps saying this shit over and over again? It's giving me a
He
headache.
act like we don't know anything about Africa. What we fucking do.
But he doesn't barely even know anything because he's saying these overgeneralized things.
Yeah, he gets up with his little echo chamber over it. Not a coincidence and all them. And regurgitate nonsense.
He said they contribute and continue to contribute to technology, government, social structure, art, and literature. We know this. Some Africans employ highly sophisticated technology that surpasses what is available in certain Western countries. Okay, that's possible too. So what? And he says, for example, many newly installed telephone systems in African cities use advanced communication technologies that surpass those available to local telephone customers in the United States. Okay, that's possible too. And I met somebody in college. This guy basically created his own cable TV from scratch, and he's from Nigeria. So no one's saying that, dismissing that people from the continent of Africa are not capable of contributing to technologies and government and shit like that.
You know this. You got Philip E. McGually making the internet.
What's the purpose of you putting that in there? Are you saying that people are denying it?
He sounds like that fucking museum we saw in Atlanta, Apex Museum, where they want to homogenously clump Egypt and all the great civilizations in Africa towards Black American accomplishments and inventors and stuff like that in the history of Sweet Auburn. He just clumps in a lot of fucking bullshit and gish gallop instead of getting to the point and citing his sources.
I thought this was about like DNA, and he only had a couple sentences about his own DNA experience. But he didn't show any like percentages and shit. Like we ain't seeing none of that yet, I guess. He says it's important to recognize that labeling someone as primitive reveals nothing about their true character or capabilities. Rather, it is insulting that should be vehemently protested. Okay, yeah, I agree. No one should be called primitive. That's kind of like weird. Just as anyone reading would object to being called a primitive tribes person, it is crucial to understand that such derogatory terms hold no value and only serve to demean and belittle individuals and their cultures. Another myth. Okay, so it's like we're reading one of those code of conduct manuals you get when you first start a job. Like, we all know this is common sense. Respect thy neighbor. Come on now. It says another myth is that Africans lack any literary, philosophical, or historical tradition. Who says that?
I think he thinks that when he engages with other people online, like Aboriginal Power and his panelists, they sometimes question Africans' history because you have a lot of stuff that's in Americas that also contributed great things within human history.
I think he's just writing the most negative mythological shit ever and just trying to claim it that we're saying all this stuff and trying to say finger wave and say you can't do that, you can't, but no one's doing that. He says Africans have a rich literary and historical heritage that dates to ancient. Thank God we're getting close to chapter 2. Oh my God, this is getting on my nerves. God. Heritage dates to ancient times. Oh yeah, we know this. Although writing was developed independently in Egypt and other African civilization, is not widely adopted in many parts of Africa into the 19th and early 20th centuries. However, it is important to recognize that literary and historical traditions do not solely rely on writing. Verbal literature has thrived across Africa even with the introduction of writing. Notable African literary works like the epic
Sundiata Keita
have been orally preserved and later transcribed for writers. Africans have excelled in oral arts, and in regions with a longer history of writing also have achieved greatness in written literature over the centuries. Writing is relatively recent. Who thought Africans didn't know how to write?
White people.
Show yourself, reveal yourself.
But it was also.
Sometimes I really want to know who has claimed that Africans can't write, because apparently he feels so passionate about telling us this, as if we're we're primitive ourselves. You are insulting our intelligence.
He is.
I'm going to skip that paragraph because I don't want to be insulted.
But then Henry Louis Gates brought us this spicy meatball. Austin Augustus Curtis, a Cherokee man, brought the Sequoia syllabary over there to the Vai Mandinka people and help them write their first.
But he's not going to mention that.
But he's not going to mention that shit at all.
American Indian influence. Indians. He's not going to mention the American Indian influence on Western African literacy.
Exactly.
Which that's a big part of it.
Exactly.
So you're not being genuine at all here, sir. It says readers need to recognize that Africa is a diverse continent with various cultures. Nah. And it is it's essential to embrace these differences. Okay, why aren't you embracing the differences? You're just clumping them together.
He doesn't.
He said what may we consider taboo in one culture may not be the same in another. No shit.
So hold on, pause this shit, because the other night this clown was over here saying that he would rather die than eat a rat, and that's what African culture does. They eat rats. And then he circled his wagons back and said he'd rather eat a grass rat. Okay. Appropriating Igbo culture.
Yeah, he said some might be considered taboo in one culture, some it might not be the same in other. For instance, while Americans consume beef in certain parts of the world, cows are regarded as sacred animals.
Okay, what does that got to do with the price of tea in China?
He's trying to bring up the religious customs of Hinduism, basically, because they worship the cow as one of their gods.
I think this guy knows nothing about the cultures of Africa. He needs to travel more.
Yeah, furthermore, it is crucial to refrain from mocking the impoverished conditions of any place. So are you telling yourself notes of what you've done before in the past and telling yes. I shall never
mock another culture?
Because I didn't do that, and you did it. And
I didn't.
You're trying to tell us what to do, and that's what you've been doing. So instead of passing judgment on Africa based solely on its current circumstances, it is necessary to understand the historical context. Colonialism and slavery have significantly impacted Africa's present situation. Therefore, it would be insincere to form opinions about Africa without acknowledging its complex history. Okay, that was a whole chapter of unnecessariness, and I'm glad I didn't buy this book.
Because it's a waste of money. I would have to strangle YK and come find them and get my money back.
Made it to chapter 2.
So denial is the sweetest drug.
Chapter 1 was a bunch of pages of nothing. But the chapter 2 is denial of the sweetest drug. You can hop off if you want to, but if you want to stay, then be my guest. Well, this is the next chapter.
Yeah.
Let me drink some water.
Stay with us, folks, because this is going to be a bumpy ride with this bullshit.
So denial is a Swedish drug. Denying the truth doesn't change the facts. And he says anonymous.
Anonymous.
That was a quote from Anonymous. And there's a image of two people sitting at their separate desks. Think of you going to a career fair and there's like a desk that has a sign that says confronting lies, and there's a bunch of people standing in line there waiting to talk. And then there's another desk that says unpleasant truths, and nobody's up there at the unpleasant truths booth. So I would say this Pan-African thing would be on the confront the lies aspect, and there's people lined up to hear the bullshit. But for unpleasant truths, nobody's there. Who more fits the unpleasant truth category?
I believe it's the American Indian paradigm, because they don't want to learn about Indian slavery. They don't want to learn about the complexities on the plantation's life, where they had the things of that nature, or the admixture of the bloodline of Black Americans. They want to think that we are all some sort of full-blood African thing, and we're not.
Yeah, because it's a lie and it's comforting. So denialism in the study of human behavior refers to a deliberate subconscious rejection of uncomfortable truths to maintain one existing beliefs or ideology. This denial is often fueled by confirmation bias, where individuals selectively interpret information in a way that supports their preconceived notions while disregarding or discounting contradictory evidence. I have met numerous individuals who claim to be experts in a certain area of expertise, just like you. Okay. However, these so-called experts cherry pick from old findings and only use these findings in support of their arguments, conveniently omitting every piece of information that does not confirm their position. And using this untruthful technique, their credibility will be so much damaged. In the last chapter, the idea was that some of the Africans refused to admit that the slave trade indeed existed. In the next chapter, I will make clear why individuals refuse to acknowledge some of the most well-supported facts, what prompts the ones to shun the evidence. Furthermore, social and cultural factors play a significant role in individuals' denial of evidence. People often form their beliefs and identities based on their social and cultural affiliations. In the case of indigenous ancestry, individuals may have a deep connection to their cultural heritage and a sense of belonging to a specific community. Accepting evidence that contradicts their claims may threaten their sense of identity and belonging, leading them to deny or reject such evidence. Another aspect of this is that the psychological connection with their faith can also contribute to the disregard of evidence. What people are convinced of is almost always shaped by different factors like personal values, experiences, or emotions. Shaking up these beliefs could feel at times enormously unpleasant and even painful for individuals. So human beings might select to do the same by ignoring or denying information, piecing together their ideas to keep mental instability and to avoid cognitive dissonance. Okay.
A lot of babble.
Sometimes there are political or social movements that propagate particular accounts or ideas. Many people join them because of such partisanship. So basically, he's talking about like people joining in these little echo chambers, and that propagates or that creates these ideas that puts into their mind that they believe in. And this in turn may help to keep alive an opinion where the denial of information that threatens their narrative becomes a point of loyalty and dedication. So you believe the lie in the narrative because you want to prove your loyalty and dedication to that group. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like you've accepted lies from your group that you communicate with just to show that you're loyal to those people?
No, I have not accepted lies. I also question some of the things and statements that people present within the discourse of the Aboriginal or American Indian paradigm. I don't believe in every single word. Like some of these individuals bring up things like Atlantis or Mu or Moorish stuff and Hebrew Israelite stuff. And that doesn't really stick with me with the way that getting our the things that's relevant to getting us restitution and that's relevant to us getting tribal citizenship or whatever. But we'll move back to the book.
So it says common tactics for different types of denialism, including misinterpreting evidence, false equivalence, half-truths, and outright fabrication. Misrepresentation involves distorting factual evidence beyond the truth to deceive the audience or cause them harm to others. Let me give you an example. What are some of the claims that Black so-called Indians refute?
So some people within the Aboriginal community, they refute the transatlantic slave trade story to where that, like, how many Africans were actually brought over here. Some think that they were already civilized, like in forbidden archaeology or kooky things, like they had advanced civilizations that we have now or better than that, and other paradigms like Hebrew stone tablets in the Grand Canyon and Moorish Amexem and all Morocco and stuff like that.
But this is what he thinks y'all refute. Okay, this is what he believes, the things that y'all refute. He says, despite the validity of DNA testing and reject the historical fact, they dispute the validity of DNA testing and reject the historical fact that Africans were transported on slave ships to America. So that's what y'all dispute. Would you say that's valid?
Yeah, it's valid.
So transatlantic slave trade and how valid the DNA testing is, y'all dispute that. He says, moreover, they refuse to acknowledge the documented number of slaves involved in these voyages. Well, that documented number changes over time. Like the goalpost changes. So
and they just throw out numbers like we ain't gonna fucking add this shit up.
He said their primary argument revolves around the notion that some grandmothers mentioned having Native American ancestry. He said that's y'all primary argument. However, it is important to note that these grandmothers simply state that we have Indian heritage, not that we are Native Americans. Huh? However, it's important to note that these grandmothers simply state we have Indian heritage, not that we are Native Americans. So-called Black Indians often misinterpret and distort the context of their grandmother's statement. Isn't that the same damn thing? Okay, they say, okay,
Native
grandmother saying y'all got Indian heritage, but y'all not Native American. Okay, Native American, that's term
the
has
European
its own
political party
own meanings. So how is that misinterpreted?
Some people use Native American, depending on which tribal person you're talking to. Some say First Nation, some say Native American, some say American Indian.
Some people say Aboriginal.
Some people say Aboriginals. It depends on who you're talking to.
So, okay, so-called Black Indians, here go with a long word that's a bunch of words smashed together.
Didn't even put spaces in.
He say so-called Black Indians or individuals who deny the accuracy of DNA testing. Okay, I don't feel bad being called that. Do you feel bad being called a DNA test denier?
No.
Often rely on a 60
because even mainstream scientists is skeptical on ancestry.
So he says that so-called Black Indians or individuals who deny the accuracy of DNA testing often rely on a 60-minute session with Dr. Rick Kittles to support their claim that DNA testing is only 0.01% accurate.
That's what it is.
If he's a doctor saying that, then we're going to take it.
And then many other doctors say it is less than 1%.
If the guy that you use as your savior for DNA testing is saying it's not accurate, which 0.101% accurate is very damn low.
Exactly. And on the Rock Newman show, he said to Rick Kittles, he asked him, are you denying there's Indian blood within African Americans? He said, oh, that's a definitive. You see, we have to test which branch is that Native American on. But if your branch that we tested, such as a mitochondrial DNA or Y paternal DNA, doesn't have it, then we can say that that Indian doesn't exist on that branch, but it could exist on another branch, which African ancestry does not provide autosomal testing, just Y and mitochondrial DNA testing. And they charge you $700 for each, for both tests in a bundle.
Okay, so if the guy who's in charge of that particular group is saying that it's not accurate, That is proof right there. So he doesn't provide sources for all these other claims, but he does provide a source for this one, which debunks his whole thing. So he's saying that y'all provide evidence in the name for a person who says it, but he doesn't provide that much detail on where he gets his stuff from.
He doesn't.
And
He just what he does, like other Pan-Africans, is get a clip of him having a conversation with Amun-Ra Squad prison wizards to deny Black Indianness and say, oh, y'all just want some casino money and y'all just self-hating your African self.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about, is it or is it not accurate? And so the same guy that they like to throw up in your face is saying it's
entertainer,
0.
not a scientist, an entertainer.
0.01% accurate. However, he said, however, it is important to clarify that Dr. Rick Kittles was referring to the portion of DNA used in their analysis, not the overall accuracy of DNA testing. So isn't that a DNA test? And he said it's not accurate.
Yes, all.
But y'all like to run to that African DNA test.
Yeah, they do.
But you just admitted that his shit is not accurate.
They just throw an estimate at you, and you just run with that African
so we
claim.
know that his test is for African ancestry, right?
Yes. He took ancestry.com. He didn't take African ancestry.
No, I'm talking about Rick Kittles.
Rick Kittles, yeah, his company is African Ancestry.
Okay, if Rick Kittles said his shit is not accurate, and that's specifically for testing ancestry, that means this shit ain't accurate. And if you say there's other DNA tests, say for instance, if you want to find out if somebody's your parent or your child, that's a different type of ancestry. I mean, that's a different type of DNA. Ancestry. That's not an ancestry DNA test.
That's a legal test. That's a paternal test. No. Yeah, that is a legal DNA test that they use to
find out. Yeah, to find out who are your close relatives.
But ancestry test, that's a whole different other test.
And he's saying that that's not accurate.
And then there's another test that'll tell you about your health and your specific traits that's in your head, like hair, if you're gonna lose hair, or if you like sweets or something like that. They have specific DNA companies for that. And there are two major ones that specifically focuses on North American DNA, and other DNA companies focus on European or Jewish DNA.
So this one is about African
ancestry.
And if this is the one that we need to use to make sure we accurately know we're African,
which is not even the best one.
It is the man himself who created it says it's not accurate. And you just argued our point in this one paragraph. But anyway, he says the accuracy of the DNA test is supported by numerous scientific studies and has been widely accepted in the scientific community. But you've only brought up the fact that it is not accurate, and you brought us an example, but you haven't brought us an example that proves that it is accurate itself. But you just said it's widely accepted. Just because something's widely accepted doesn't mean it is true.
And just because it's popular,
you can have a widely accepted lie.
Exactly.
But anyway, in conclusion, the claim that DNA testing is only 0.01% accurate, as often cited by Black pretendian, but not a Black pretendian, Dr. Rick Kittles himself said it. So is he a pretendian?
No, he's a pretend waffacant. He a waffacant.
So, but he said it. He said it's only cited from pretendians. So you just contradicted yourself in your own paragraph. He said it's a misinterpretation of Dr. Rick Kittles' statement, but you just interpreted his statement as saying it's not accurate.
Hold on, let me pull up a source.
He said it is crucial to recognize that this percentage refers to the portion of DNA used in analysis, not the overall accuracy of DNA testing. You just said that sentence like a sentence ago. Within this small percentage, there are still over 3 million base pairs that can be utilized to trace one's ancestry.
So, hold on right quick. It says from Prasanta Chakrabarty, TED Talks, what can a DNA test really tell us about our ancestry? So he goes on to say that DNA tests, each human has about 6 billion base pairs of DNA and 23 pairs of chromosomes, with 99% shared among all humans. Commercial DNA tests use less than 1% of that 1% to provide estimates. Recombination during the formation of sex cells leads to a unique chromosome in each sibling, explaining the difference in French DNA, hypothetical. Without recombination, ancestral contributions would be predictable fractions, but recombination makes it a variable.
Meaning it varies.
So it varies. And let me get down here right quick to the people of color. These test database are heavily skewed towards people of European descent. And it's important to note that results are based on people who had their genome sequenced at 80 to 90% and may not accurately represent indigenous people, if at all. All the tests won't reveal heritage from people not represented in the database and shouldn't be used to prove the race or ethnicity, especially if you're claiming to be Indian or African.
Okay, there you go. That shuts down this whole paragraph. Moving on to the next one, because he says that we've been, spreading misinformation. But he just read,
I read from a scientist, and then not from a prison wizard online.
Or what he calls a pretender. Unfortunately, these culture vultures, okay, so he's insulting people again using derogatories, but he told us not to use derogatories against Africans.
Exactly.
He does not practice what he preaches, folks. So he said, unfortunately, these culture vultures have misinterpreted Dr. Kittle's statement, as they often do with scientific information.
Did I misinterpret his information?
Did y'all misinterpret it? Did you hear it?
No, we didn't. We heard everything out this liar's mouth.
Okay, he said, in reality, this is his reality. He said, in reality, even within the small percentage of DNA used for analysis, there are still over 3 million base pairs. Actually, you didn't even get you didn't get the base pair number right. So anyway,
so he don't even know how to read DNA.
So he said these base pairs can provide valuable information to trace one's ancestry and genetic heritage. Okay, so he said and genetic heritage. Okay, he said trace one's ancestry and genetic heritage, period. And then and genetic heritage, period. You did not.
He did not proofread this bullshit ass book. He gonna have to burn all this shit and return the money because he just scammed y'all niggas.
And then he starts out the next sentence without a capital letter. Anyway, it's not sentence case. He says minute segment, and he undoubtedly made known that DNA testing is not a fraud. Who are you referring to as he? Then he says Dr. Hank Greenlee participated in the DNA testing.
Hank Greeley
participated in the DNA testing, but 60 minutes cut in to make the show more entertaining. Okay, that sentence is not right. The syntax is not correct. He said that DNA testing is doable. However, it has certain limitations and is capable of disclosing the ancestral origin of your ancestors from Africa. I would say that mimickers of Native people speak the same things that have already been debunked by the truth. Okay, when he also says Native people, who the hell is he referring to? Everybody's native to somewhere because everybody's born somewhere. So if I was born in Italy, I'm native to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm born here, I'm native to here.
And then on top of that,
why is he saying Native people?
They don't have a large database of American Indian saliva or spit in a tube or swab. All they are collecting with each company, especially Ancestry.com, what they are doing, they're getting modern colonial regions, which is 14, and they're putting in one language group, which is Bantu, and giving people a percentage or an estimate guess on where you come from in Africa, who's your common ancestor. They are not giving you an ethnicity. They are giving you a non-detectable relationship to ethnic groups through a migrational pattern. That's it. That's just a guess. They're not giving you an ancestor. And with African ancestry, they are said to be the largest gatherers of African spit. And this is not being genuine. This is not being genuine about revealing the identity of slaves because American Indians went through slavery alongside the alleged African. So Rick Kittle's DNA company cannot be trusted.
Yep. So it says it's really important to know that the people who do not believe the results brought about by DNA testing are not familiar with science. Oh, you're not familiar with science at all because you don't believe the DNA. In the past few years, DNA testing has developed tremendously and is now a trusted instrument for many purposes, including professional ancestry, paternity, and disease susceptibility determination. You also know it's for law enforcement too, like investigation. But anyway, DNA testing uses particular regions of an individual's DNA, comparing them to a reference population to determine ancestry. It is through looking at thousands of genetic markers, which are the particular pieces of DNA that differ between the individual and their populations. The comparison of these characteristics enables the tracing of patterns and similarities, which scientists use to track the individual's genetic background. Accuracy underpins this process throughout. No, it doesn't. Okay, DNA testing is, however, not flawless and can have limitations, like it could be difficult to determine specific geographic or ethnic origins, but still it is one of the significant tools for exploring one's genetic background. Denialism, as exhibited by numerous African ancestry deniers, is a phenomenon that relies heavily on the rejection of established evidence and historical factors. These individuals vehemently dismiss the validity of DNA tests, historical documents, and primary sources, forming their arguments on the premise that these sources are part of a grand government-driven hoax. But the government supports your side, so how is
and then
what we're
the
saying
government wants to push you to immigrate to Africa? They don't want you to claim your inheritance out of probate from the so-called Native Americans when you hit us with that 5 civilized tribes shit. You don't want to claim your inheritance from your so-called African slaver because you giving them a pass. You give tellers a pass. You're saying we all black, we all part of African diaspora. And then when we ask you Negroes to go get your reparations, all your figures sitting up here saying, oh, we shouldn't ask for no cash reparations. We should just leave that white man alone because that's racial bullying. We rising tides lift all boats. If we do get reparations, just give it to an HBCU or the black church. We don't need no cash reparations. Just give us some educations and a good job, and I'll be a good slave to master on his plantation. That's what we're getting. You don't want to challenge nothing. You just coward made at that point. Just commit seppuku at this point.
So he's coming after flat earthers now. He said there exists a group of individuals. He's bringing everybody.
He's all over the place.
He said there's a group of individuals who hold the belief that the earth is not a spherical shape, but rather flat. Okay, that's something random.
Yeah, that's what Aboriginals, some of them Negroes get into, but we not here.
But
that's here nor there.
Random.
That's random as hell.
Notably, athletes have voiced their opinions, expressing their disbelief in the credibility of NASA. I don't care what
we don't give a
NASA.
fuck about NASA. That is not relevant to the Indian point that you're making. You're all over the place.
All in the DNA section.
You were talking about DNA, but you getting into other shit.
Flat Earth
and NASA. What the fuck? You're Little Red Riding Hood. You're not supposed to go pick daisies and stuff. You're supposed to go straight to grandma's house.
Yeah, he said these skeptics of the flat Earth theory argue that the images captured from outer space are not authentic. What does this got to do with the moon landing and the Hubble space telescope and Voyager 1 and 2 and Star Wars
and the Ocean Gate and the Titanic?
Okay, like your book is all over the place. Okay, he says they contend that the circular appearance of the Earth. Are we doing okay? So you sound like a scientist because you're talking about other shit.
This Negro
Next,
is
he's
not.
gonna be talking about phosynthesis and osmosis and
this who Turtle Gang
and he's gonna also start talking about the Big Bang and everything like that.
Oh my God! goofy shit.
In the tectonic plates, in chemistry,
in geography, and anatomy. We're gonna
talk about gravity next.
Prokaryotes and eukaryotes and Homo erectus and Homo habilis. Get to the point.
Okay, let's continue. He said, the content that the circular appearance of the Earth in these pictures are merely a result of the distortion caused by fisheye lenses. Okay, so he mad scientist. He a scientist.
Let's skip past this shit because he getting on fucking topic. Topic.
Flat Earth proponents firmly assert that NASA is involved in a clandestine operation. Concealing the truth that the Earth is indeed flat, denial plays a significant role in embracing such conspiracy theories. Do we need that paragraph?
Might as well monetize this channel.
It is mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling how it's mind-boggling that you wrote all
You want
this.
me to drop your Cash App so we can get some monetization?
It's fine. No, it's free knowledge. It is mind-boggling how conspiracy theorists can believe that the government has a power to manipulate the entire world. They go as far as suggesting that the transportation of millions of people across the Atlantic Ocean during the dark era of slavery
was there a light era? Is the dark side and the light side of the slave trade era. Jedi and the Sith combative with one another with lightsabers and shit. Where is this nigga headed to in this damn book?
So he said they go as far as suggesting that the transportation of millions of people. They said
millions. Okay, they got a Noah's Ark 2x2 of slaves getting on the ark.
Was there millions of people in Africa at the time?
No, there were no millions of people in Africa like that. There was no billions of people to replenish a population like that. So there was a small population on each continent back then.
So he said they go as far as suggesting that transportation of millions of people across the Atlantic Ocean during the dark era of slavery was nothing but a fabricated story. The audacity of these deniers is simply outrageous! Exclamation mark!
Outrageous!
They dare to credit European people with the almost supernatural abilities, as if concocting such an intricate lie was even remotely feasible. Okay,
yes, Negro, they lie.
Words, multiple consonant words, but it's just not moving me. It's not moving me emotionally.
This is putting me to sleep, honestly.
They disregarded the overwhelming evidence that supports the historical reality of the transatlantic slave trade, choosing instead to believe. I thought this section was about DNA. How are we going to find transatlantic slave trade evidence in our DNA?
Are they extracting any DNA out of a slave ship? You gotta have.
But you gotta have a slave ship first.
Hold on. Shouldn't you have to have bones in those dungeons on those forts that you claim they went through? Where are the bones?
Or the mass graves.
What the mass graves?
Passed away while they kept them. Yeah, but they're not gonna mention that. They disregard the overwhelming. Okay, blah blah blah. They claim that the stories regarding the slave trade are all untrue, and the notion of Europeans abducting millions of people with guns that shoot only one time is just impossible.
Now here we go with the pejoratives.
It's untrue that the notion of Europeans abducting millions of people with guns that shoot only one time is just. So what made them successful? They came with their one shooting guns and just
pop gun.
So if they shot one person, nobody could overwhelm. The rest of them couldn't overpower them to take them down.
Exactly. A lot of them was bowmen, so you could set off a whole bunch of rounds. And one of these Africans sitting up here defeating the Native Americans with primitive weapons.
Primitive.
No, not primitive weapons. They use shitty weaponry to fight Native Americans on the plains. So how they get overtaken by the white man with one-shot pistols?
He said they even said things such as black people are too fast and thus able to escape, to which they do not realize that it is common for both humans and animals to get fatigued and rest as well.
Huh? And here we go with the pejoratives now. He calling us wabbos.
Okay, he's saying the wabbos. Okay.
What is that? Is that a word?
So he keeps using derogatories, but he told us not to use the word primitives.
Huh?
Even though we don't refer to Africans as primitives.
Lord.
So he says the Wabos. He doesn't even have a footnote here explaining me what a Wabo is.
Explain. He don't define what he's using.
So
He's using internet lingo like people outside of his group will understand this crap.
Can somebody tell me what a Wabo is?
Apparently,
I want them to tell me.
what I know about what a Wabo is, they're using the word for the indigenous Lakota's god, which is the white buffalo. That's Wakanda. Wankantanka. They're using that as a derogatory word to disrespect Black Americans claiming to be indigenous to this landmass.
Your God?
Exactly. As a derogatory word. That doesn't make really much of any sense.
That means it shows that you don't know the meaning of that word. So the Wabos have chosen to ignore slave ads detailing the enslavement of African people. It says Negroes in those slave ads. They don't say African, first of all. This missing, and I don't want to have to go on a tangent and explain what Negro means during that time. People can look that up. Dismissing them as fictional narratives crafted by white authors. This selective acceptance of information that aligns with their views while rejecting contradictory evidence is hypocritical. By refusing to acknowledge the truth right in front of them, they exhibit intellectual laziness and a lack of commitment to thorough research. Such behavior can be viewed as disingenuous. There are 4.9 billion social media users globally, meaning 60.49% of the global population use social media. Okay, why are we talking about social media now? Social media can function as both a blessing and a curse, providing immediate access to various amount of information. It facilitates research and empowers individuals to pursue a wide range of subjects. However,
what's that podcast that we watch with high level thinking?
It's called high level.
Yeah, it's high level thinking. This is high level thinking.
No, this
right
is
here.
not.
This is not high level thinking.
This is low level.
I'm joking. This is low level.
So, but he thinks he's on high level conversations. It facilitates research and empowers it. Like, we don't know what social media is. However, social media also harbors certain dangers. The widespread dissemination.
So he a pseudo fact checker is what he's saying.
Yes, he works for Meta apparently. The widespread dissemination of false information on the internet is a cause of concern. In response to the COVID-19, oh my God!
Goodness gracious!
Why is COVID-19 mentioned in this?
Why is he all over the place with his book?
In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, YouTube had to remove numerous channels that were spreading inaccurate information about vaccines.
Okay, what does this have to do with the conversation of American Indianness and getting Black Americans some fucking reparations? Okay. Because also these internet fact checkers don't want to get you reparations. They have a whole task force policing Pan-African pro-Black identity extremists to get them out of political circles because they want to push Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. That blue no matter who shit, right?
Yeah, it says
so this Negro is just echoing tether babble.
So he's saying this incident underscores the potential harm that can occur when misinformation falls into the wrong hands. Moreover, the emergence of social media has allowed anyone to assume the role of an educator or expert without the requirement of formal education or specialized training in the relevant field. Just like you are, sir. Like you are exactly what you're describing. And he said it is undeniable that denialism possesses a significant threat. Now you're back on denialism. There are clear instances here that denialism has resulted in tangible harm. For example, during Thabo, who is this, Mbeki's presidency in South Africa from 1999 to 2008, his adherence to AIDS denialists like Peter Duesberg, who rejected the connection between HIV and AIDS, led to a failure to implement effective retroviral treatment programs. Okay,
he's being Fauci. You want to be Fauci now.
Is estimated to have costs and lives of 330,000 individuals. I'm sure there's other overt things that happen in that country, but you won't know all of it because you're not there.
Exactly.
And you're not studied up on South African
I think he just went to random Google searches and just copy pasted and put in this.
I don't
book,
see how that's
plagiarized
relevant to the rise of the internet, Black internet pretendians. But okay. Moreover, the Somali American community in Minnesota. I didn't know there was a big Somali American community in Minnesota.
Yeah, there
That's
is.
so random. Okay.
It is random.
In Minnesota, saw a measles outbreak. I didn't know this. He's being a news reporter right now. In the first quarter of 2017, due to the spread of false claims linking to MMR vaccine to autism, resulting in parents choosing not to vaccinate their children. While conscientiousness may appear complex, it can also cause significant harm. Despite the skepticism surrounding climate change, the scientific community is united in attributing to the fossil fuel burning. Nonetheless, the influence of denialists complicates efforts. I'm not reading this shit. And then the next paragraph talks about Turkish states. I'm not reading that. I don't care.
We don't give a shit. Get to the point.
After that paragraph, it says it appears that content creators can easily mislead people. Okay, that's true. With just a bit of charm and eerie music. Surprisingly, okay, are we debating whether TikTok should be banned or not? Like, what are we reading?
I thought this was about stopping internet pretendian wabbos. This is all over the place.
He's trying to get back on topic here. He says, surprisingly, there are African Americans who deny the existence of African transatlantic slaves. You said that
already. He's putting in filler.
These channels have a large number of subscribers and are allowed to spread this disorder because we live in a country where you can speak whatever you want to speak.
Why can't listen to this? Burn your book.
He being a crybaby saying that these people are allowed to have a large number of subscribers,
and I don't have any subscribers.
To spread this distorted version of history.
Such as Jane Calloway and Sister Bethy and Bam. How dare they have more followers than I? I need my money to pay for my child support because I'm a deadbeat daddy.
So he says they allowed to show this distorted version of history without facing any consequence. And our school system was allowed to show distorted version of history without consequences. So
exactly.
Why are you trying to attack people?
He's defending the McGraw-Hill textbook version of slavery.
You're not going after them. You're not being a vigilante.
He ain't even went to the southern. We went to the Daughters of the Confederacy building. Where in West Virginia, right?
Yeah.
We challenge the mainstream history. We talk to different people of different perspectives. We talk to a Klan member. I bet YK ain't never socialized with a Ku Klux Klan member.
And ask
questions.
And get them to admit shit.
And get them to admit and dry snitch about what they did to Black people and how much they like Black culture more than you do and know more shit that we wouldn't even know. But let's get back to this.
Yeah, so he said, how dare you to be able to share this false version of history without consequences? Can you imagine if Jewish people... Why is this Jewish...
Why do we keep bringing up irrelevant shit?
Can you imagine if Jewish people created YouTube channels denying the Holocaust? I mean, there are some people out there. You'd be surprised that there's so many different people with weird thoughts and channels.
Exactly.
Can you imagine if they requested access to Hitler's ovens? Okay, I'm sure there's probably some weirdos that are out there trying to look at the damn ovens. Those channels would be immediately shut down. However, there are no repercussions for denying the slave trade. That is not a good thing.
That's not a good analogy.
Equivalency.
It is.
One of the most worried. We can't even, if we wanted to access the slave ship, we wouldn't have access to it anyway.
Because they ain't never found any. So, and you ain't no stenographer, whatever. Oceanography.
Yeah, so one of the most worrisome aspects is how they spread false information to people who don't have enough education to evaluate it critically. So they saying y'all don't have critical thinking skills.
Huh? I'm using critical thinking skills. This fool is just using shit for his own confirmation bias.
But he said as a result, these individuals unknowingly pass this misinformation to others, leading to its widespread repetition and eventual acceptance as true. Some YouTube content creators are often put on high pedestals and deemed intellectuals even when they spew information that has not been backed by evidence. It seems like you're describing yourself.
Yes.
He said it seems like the content creators with the least amount of evidence get the most support financially. I thought Pan-African groups get the most financial support.
They do. They got museums.
And he said, I'm starting to believe that smart people do not donate. So he's saying if y'all ever donated to anything, basically you're not
just
smart.
give me your grit money.
He calling you not smart.
Send it to FDMG.
So certain YouTube content creators perceive this as a means to capitalize on the lack of knowledge among the public. The content creators receive compensation for disseminating false information to the mass. From last time I checked, part of YouTube's policies and things, do they say, oh, we will let you make money if you spread lies to the public?
No.
I don't think that's a part of the agreement, but okay. And he said they lack any sense of moral responsibility and view this as a mere avenue for financial gain. So all of you on here is just on here for financial gain, by the way. This situation bears a resemblance to a pastor soliciting tithes every Sunday. Okay, have you noticed we haven't like put up any type of cash thing?
We have not, but Umar Johnson has for his FDMG.
And then if people want to do that, then
Tariq
it's
Nasheed.
up to them. Like, what's the problem? Are you
He pocket watching?
And then like people don't do that with the intentions of just, oh, I want to spread lies, and you're overgeneralizing. He said it's truly astonishing how some people harbor such a deep disdain for their African heritage that they are willing to pay others to detach themselves mentally from their roots. These individuals never provide evidence of their genealogy or DNA. Instead, they selectively manipulate historical facts and cherry-pick information that supports their belief of being indigenous to this land. This belief among some individuals of African descent and conspiracy theories regarding their origins and land ownership is rooted in a complex mix of historical, cultural, and social factors. These individuals argue that the government, through a deliberate narrative, has manipulated the understanding of Black people's heritage,
which they have,
claiming that they originate from Africa while ignoring their indigenous roots in the land they currently inhabit.
Which they have.
Their argument centers around the idea that by promoting the African origin narrative, the government aims to strip them of their rightful ownership in connection to the land. They believe that this narrative serves to perpetuate a sense of displacement and disconnection from their true heritage, ultimately undermining their claims to the land they consider their own. Okay, so you basically understand our argument better than us, and you know this, and yet you still to choose to go against it instead of listening to and comprehending. I think he comprehends. He just want to be opposition.
Yeah, he just want to be opposition because none of these Negroes want to go back to Africa. They're just stagnant over here and trying to be passport bros in Kenya or somewhere exploiting their people's women. They want to participate in sex tourism like these white supremacists.
Okay, so these couple of paragraphs make too much sense for him because it shows me he thoroughly understands where y'all are coming from. And yet he just gonna say no regardless. So yeah, it seems like he does have a thorough understanding, and it sounds reasonable. So he says, moreover, these individuals assert that the government was wrongfully classified Native American people under the umbrella of racial integrity. They actually have a whole museum exhibit in West Virginia about this.
Exactly.
Did you share,
and it's in a genealogy library.
We went to West Virginia. Did you actually share it, or is it still on your device?
It's on my device.
But if you are interested and you want to stop by West Virginia, go to their which museum is it?
It's the library. Genealogy. It's an exhibit about the Cherokee, Nottawa, and the Virginia Indian tribes like Powhatan, Pamunkey, and reservations that's in the area of Virginia.
And it's talking about Walter Plecker, that guy who was in charge of the census, and he basically was using the Racial Integrity Act to basically change people's identity to colored, and Indians' identity to colored, just because he was white and he could say so. So he's actually bringing that up, and that's actually a thing that you can go see about. And he says they argue that the government's intention behind them being misclassified is to marginalize further and erase the distinct identities and rights of both African Americans and Native Americans. That shit is true. So you're just reading back to us what we've already our platform, what we stand for, but then you're still in denial. Like you're calling us, we're providing all this evidence, and it sounds very cohesive. It goes together. It makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. But he wants to make it that we're just trying to self-hate and distance ourselves from some African slavery instead of.
Actually, it's not West Virginia. It's Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah,
I
Richmond.
apologize. It says, however, in Richmond, Virginia used to be like the Confederate, like they used to have a Confederate White House there.
Yes, they did.
When, was it Civil
Washington, D.C. had their
They
own.
seceded from like the North. They came up with the Confederate States. They decided to have the headquarters and White House for the Confederates in Richmond, Virginia. So it's a nice place to stop by to read up on history. They have this whole like genealogical library there that you can use for free and spend all day. And they also have a whole bunch of other sites like the Daughters of Confederacy headquarters. You can go in there, and basically that's the origin of our modern day history textbooks.
And you got the Saco burial ground. You got the Tuckahoe burial ground. Places that you can go physically
and
see.
Not too far away, they have like the Pamunkey
reservation in all those places. You got the Cherokee reservation down there too.
So yeah, that's wealth of knowledge. But anyway, back to here. He says, however, it is important to note that the Racial Integrity Act, formulated by Walter Plecker, didn't I say it was made by Walter Plecker?
Yes, you did.
Provides evidence that African Americans and Native Americans are indeed distinct entities. Why would you use a racist man's logic to say that we are different from whatever you call Native Americans? When they have proved, and if you go to this museum, they proved that Walter Plecker was a nobody and that he was hating on us and what we had. And he was childless and all that shit. And he had this personal vendetta against people of like American Indians.
Exactly. But what you got
He's saying it's important to note that Walter Plecker was right, pretty much.
Exactly.
And even people that's in Richmond, Virginia, they don't put respect on Walter Plecker's name because they're ashamed of him. His legacy.
But you got clowns like Turtle Gang compromising that, saying, oh, he was just targeting mulattoes and nothing more. No, it goes deeper than that because it branched off into other states where they carried on his plan.
So why are you backing a racist white man that says that false stuff is indeed true?
Because they want to uphold and ball hug Africa.
So he said this act, which is specific to the state of Virginia, aimed to enforce racial purity and prevent interracial marriages. The act that Richard Loving and his wife Mildred Jeter were able to legally marry in Washington, D.C. outside of jurisdiction of Racial Integrity Act serve as evidence that this act solely applied to Virginia. Okay, it didn't carry out in Virginia. This was across the U.S. and even before this Walter Plecker man existed. But this is just one instance.
No, the Mildred Lovern and Jeter thing, that happened later on.
I know, but he's saying that only time this happened where people were misclassified is in Virginia.
No, that's not the case. It was carried off into other states like South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, Atlanta, Georgia, and all the Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, all these other places.
He says the belief in these conspiracy theories among individuals of African descent highlights the deep-seated mistrust and skepticism toward the government and its historical treatment of the marginalized communities. It also reflects the ongoing struggle for recognition, identity, and land rights that many African Americans face in their quest for justice and equality. Every day it appears that conspiracy...
He said equality or inequality?
Equality.
It's supposed to be inequality, this dumb...
Every day it appears that conspiracy theorists are constantly generating new conspiracy theories. There is even a well-known YouTuber. He keeps saying there's a
well-known YouTuber.
So basically he's saying y'all famous. These people are famous because he's telling you that you're famous. And why are you getting people from YouTube as your sources? if you made fun of people that's on YouTube.
Exactly.
So he said a well-known YouTuber whose name I will refrain from mentioning to avoid giving him unnecessary attention, which you said he's well-known, so that means he's popular. He's already got the attention. But anyway, who propagated a rather outlandish theory. Okay, according to him, Harriet Tubman, a prominent historical figure, was not involved in freeing any slaves and instead worked as a train conductor. Why are y'all I
don't think this Negro
nut
actually
hugging. Who is he talking about, y'all?
He's talking about Dane Calloway. I don't even think he actually listened to Dane Calloway's video. All he did was jump on the hate bandwagon from different Afrocentrics hating on his ideas, talking about how most of her writings are plagiarized. No, not plagiarized. Ghostwritten, fabricated by white writers. Abolitionists using this information as propaganda to bankrupt the South. Which there was plenty of slavery in the North. The only difference is black people were owners of slaves in the South. And many of those Negroes did not come to the rescue of John Brown thinking slavery was a black and white thing. It has many complexities in the history of slavery because it was not really a white person owning a black person and mistreating the Africans and all that. No, we had free black owners with money.
Yep. And he said, furthermore, he boldly claimed that Nat Turner, another significant figure in history, did not exist. It is truly astonishing to witness the extent of ignorance that exists in the world. While it is understandable that not everyone possesses the same level of intellectual capacity, there are certain limits to what people should be allowed to express. Okay, because you were told and given this story by your teachers, that means you have intellectual capacity. Okay, I guess that's what he says that equals. He said these individuals refuse to accept primary sources that contradict their beliefs. Okay, so was the autobiography of Nat Turner, was that actually a primary source? Did he actually write it himself?
No, he did not write it himself. It was a white person that wrote the book. And plus, slaves were not allowed to be literate. All he knew was to read his slave Bible, and he got access to the regular Bible. So he could teach slaves to rebel.
So while he was sitting in the jail cell, I guess he wrote a whole book about himself.
And plus, there's no body for them to test the DNA because they're using Frederick Douglass's photographs as a stand-in for Nat Turner.
Yep. So he's saying that y'all are ignorant. He said these individuals refuse to accept primary sources that contradict their beliefs. Some
he never heard of no primary source in this book whatsoever.
And then did Harriet Tubman write her own book?
No, she didn't.
Okay, so
she was not literate.
Some even argue that everything we know has been reversed. Some believe that black people in America once owned white slaves. I mean, how is that?
Yeah, there were black people that owned white slaves in Africa, North Africa.
But when we ask for evidence such as slave ads, white revolts, and bills of what is the Bacon's Rebellion?
Exactly. What is Bacon's Rebellion?
That's a white revolt.
You had black people that were free during that. They were not necessarily slaves. They were indentured servants at that time. You had a lot of Indians that were in bondage during that time. So they're screwing up the history by talking about and making all the slaves into Africans and turning the definition of freedmen into African when that's not what that shit means.
So he said, where are the slave ads, the white revolts, and the bills of sale that they always come up short? Okay, there's a lot of that. Okay, it seems like their only defense is denial. They don't need to do any real research. So all you researchers out there, they're saying that you're not doing real research, coming from someone who's not an accredited researcher. Okay. They say simply, they can simply make things up as they go along. They might claim that lack of proof is due to the post offices being burned down and documents being
Yes,
lost.
General Sherman.
That stuff does actually happen.
That happens. The Mormons got your shit. They got genealogical centers in Utah. What's that family search?
That's actually run by the Mormon Church, you know, if you would look it up. And I'm pretty sure if you go on the page and you scroll all the way down, you'll see some type of indication, some indicator of saying that. And he says they want us to believe that our history has been erased, yet they also claim to have evidence of this erased history. It is a contradiction in itself. Yes, we know that history has been manipulated, but that doesn't mean that all of it is fabricated. And if we use that logic, it's just like saying that because everything we were taught was a lie, we can also fabricate history that is fucking true. It can happen.
It can happen.
You think it can't happen? He said it's essential doing the same thing we accuse others of doing, if that makes any sense.
Just like Roots, that's a fabrication of history. They went and bought and paid.
And actually court cases are proving that it was plagiarized.
Exactly. And then they went and bought and paid for fake griot to sit up here and tell Alex Haley what he wanted to hear, which that shit did not add up because there was no Kunta Kinte in reality.
Mm-hmm. He says to overcome this bias, it is crucial to acknowledge and accept that one is indeed biased, as this bias leads to dismissing valuable data. Similar to how individuals struggling with alcohol or drug addiction. I don't want to read. Okay, because he says Indian in here. He says similar to how individuals struggling with alcohol or drug addiction must first admit their condition. Those who identify as Indian must also acknowledge and recognize their affliction. So you are afflicted with a mental illness if you call yourself Indian. He said this affliction, known as self-hatred, compels individuals to betray their ancestors.
So if you got white people that's federally recognized, are they self-hating Europe?
Sure is.
If you got Asians that are all up in the United States saying that they are American, simply American, like Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley, are they self-hating their Asian origins? Just because they embrace being American citizens? No, but when it comes to us, we get this stigma of being called, oh, you just self-hating your African black self.
If your nationality is American.
If your nationality is American, how dare you claim America? America, the United States of the KKK. But America doesn't belong to the white folks. It belongs to you. They even said it.
He said this affliction known as self-hatred compels individuals to betray their ancestors, much like the Africans who sold their fellow Africans and European slave traders in the past. By denying their origins and adopting the practices taught by slave masters on plantations, they perpetuate the same crime committed against their. So did we get taught that we were American Indian on the plantation?
No.
So what is he saying? We're perpetuating what we learned from master.
We're
Didn't
not.
we learn from so-called master that we are African?
Yes.
After slavery?
Yes.
Okay, so what is he saying? These practices involve forgetting their African heritage and place of origin. Just as a drug addict gives in denial and downplays the severity of their addiction, they will rationalize any behavior that supports their belief in their addiction is not detrimental, as it truly is. They selectively choose instances of functional success while disregarding the immoral actions they engage in to satisfy their addiction.
So is he saying the Native American was a slave master? If so, he wouldn't have taught us to be Indian.
And then he wouldn't know anything about an African, so why would you tell him?
And plus, even if they enslaved us, they would have to go through some sort of workshop to learn a whole bunch of African languages to accommodate for their slaves, right? So where is that evidence?
Where is that white and Native American solidarity to come together
Exactly.
and train each other? And it says the persistence of denial among individuals referred to as Black Indians can be attributed to the consequences of accepting that they are not genuine Indians. Acknowledging this fact will mean admitting that their grandmother was wrong, which would challenge a belief that they held for their entire lives. Instead of confronting this truth, people often choose to maintain their beliefs to avoid feeling foolish. As a result, these individuals blindly accept their grandmother's statements and dismiss any evidence that contradicts her claims to avoid feeling ignorant.
So this is
Okay, so if what if it's your grandfather who told you? I mean, does it count then? Why is it always put on grandmother?
Why does
I don't get it. What's this hatred he has against people's grandmothers? I'm taking this personal because my grandmother didn't do anything to him.
Exactly, and she would never lie to us.
So, yeah, I'm just seeing this narrative of grandmother. Like, what is this?
This occurring theme.
Like,
that
you
doesn't
can hear
make
it
any
from
sense.
your grandmother, your mother, your dad,
your uncles, your cousins.
your damn, like, we have a cousin that always say, you know what, we got Indian in us.
And we got Chinese.
Okay,
right?
So like he talks like that literally. So what is it about grandma hatred that I'm feeling from this?
Because culturally, we are matriarchal people, not patriarchal.
All right.
It was the big mama that's the head of the household. Regardless if you a single parent mama's boy, you always went to big mama for your problems to settle shit. Not always papa, but big mama.
Maybe this just shows that he probably never had a connection with his elders. Which is sad. You know, I wish it was different for him. And it says, honestly, it is the utmost importance. It is impossible to continue deceiving oneself and denying the overwhelming evidence that confirms the occurrence of the slave trade and the enslavement of our. Nobody's saying that neither one of them shits existed. Everybody's saying, yes, there was a slave trade, but we're saying it happened somewhere else. We're also saying that enslavement did happen, but not to everybody. But yet you keep saying that we are denying.
And then the experts say not that many African slaves came to the U.S. They went mostly to the Caribbean and South and Central America, not up here.
He said it is truly disheartening to witness African descendants distorting such sacred history. I have also observed that many individuals who engage in a race and history of a native and African people lack integrity. Even when their falsehoods are exposed, they persist in spreading the same baseless claims as if they have not already been discredited. It is said that insanity is repeating the same actions while expecting different outcomes. If one's research repeatedly fails to yield accurate results, perhaps it's time to reconsider the methodology employed. Frequently, these self-proclaimed aboriginals, with air quotes, and counterfeit Indians, again with more creative, derogatory terms. He says, mistakenly believe that denial equates to evidence. It requires no genuine research to simply deny. I'm sick of reading the same shit over and over.
Again, he keep repeating himself.
Okay, so I'm skipping to the next paragraph. People may also deny things due to their tendency towards conspiracy theories. While addictions are commonly associated with substances like alcohol, cigarettes, drugs. Okay, you don't have to tell me what.
How is this prison wizard a rapper, but he can't even make a proper.
He said there
book.
exists a phenomenon known as conspiracy addiction. That's not a substance.
Explain this shit to me.
I can touch alcohol, I can touch cigarettes, and I can touch drugs, but I can't touch conspiracy. So how is that the same thing? He's over here creating new things.
Yes. And repeating.
And I don't want to hear about the definition
over and over and over again.
Okay, he's also saying, I'm going to skip through parts of this. He's saying this. Some say famous people are immortal vampires, while others think a small group is plotting against the government. Okay, again, that is unnecessary.
It is important to question these theories as they can be risky. However, some conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
He said that y'all have low self-esteem because y'all are, you have these personality traits.
That's projection because he said himself that he and his mama terrorized Africans when he was a boy.
Okay, so I'm skipping a few more paragraphs because I think it's BS. Figure out. Okay,
don't buy this book,
he
people.
Said wanting control, feeling
spam
safe.
It with negative reviews.
He said wanting control, feeling safe in a control. What the fuck are you saying? Wanting control, feeling safe in a control can lead to believing in conspiracy theories. When people feel scared, Figuring out what's causing the danger can help them deal with their anxiety. Studies have shown
But that's what he's doing, Brandy.
Studies have shown that anxious people are more likely to believe in conspiracy. People who feel powerless are also more likely to believe in these theories. People who are addicted to conspiracy theories might turn to them to try and make sense of the world and feel more control.
So is it a conspiracy that we have 6 Black women being murdered in the Gambia, Ghana, and Nigeria, and none of these Pan-Africans are doing anything about it? Is that conspiracy? This happened this year and this decade.
He said, I hope you now have a deeper understanding of the denial
Thank
process.
God it's next chapter.
Oh, thank God. He said, I hope you now have a deeper understanding of the denial process when dealing with confused individuals. By having this knowledge, it will enable you to approach debates with them without getting caught up in minor details. Imagine if you were walking down the street and came across someone yelling at themselves. Just imagine it. You wouldn't become angry, but rather recognize that that person is not mentally stable. Similarly, you wouldn't get upset at a dog for barking because that's simply not what dogs do. And so he's also going to talk about DNA here. He said in the same way individuals do desperately want to disprove their ancestry from the Americas, deny various pieces of evidence. They deny scientific evidence.
Can y'all see this shit?
Skeletal remains.
Look at this bullshit.
He said the DNA is coming from ancient skeletal remains.
Huh? Say that again.
He says that y'all are denying that DNA is coming from ancient skeletal remains. The narratives of enslaved individuals who spoke about their families being taken from America, and even the historical records of transatlantic slave trade. They deny all this, including the archaeological evidence found at the bottom of the ocean and the existence of slave ports throughout Africa. It's important to understand that this denial is a characteristic of those who pretend to be something they are not.
Look at this bullshit that he writes in his book. This Negro's grammar is hella off. He don't put no spaces. He needs to throw that shit in the trash. I'm sorry. Let's get back to the book.
Okay, this next paragraph is italicized. I don't understand.
Italicized.
Okay, so I don't want to read that because it's a headache. But upon their arrival, okay, next chapter, let them tell it.
I feel like just
I don't really
skimming through this entire shit.
He's talking about Pope Leo the X and baptizing dying slaves at sea.
What does this have to do with the price of tea in China?
Okay. Christian name sprinkling salt on their tongues and then holy water. Okay, slaves catches told them in their language that they are to become Christians.
Is he trying to say slave catchers?
I don't know. A priest then went along among them, giving each a Christian name, sprinkling salt on their tongues, and then holy water. Consider that you are now children of Christ. You are going to set off for Portuguese territory where you will learn matters of the faith. Never think of your place of origin. Okay, I thought up here in North America, we were not colonized by the Portuguese.
Exactly.
So
they only had control in South America.
So is he talking to people of Brazil? Is this what this book is about? People?
No, it's talking about African Americans, not Latinos, not Hispanics, not Brazilians.
Okay.
What the is this Negro talking about?
Oh man.
Oh.
Black race is prevalent perspective among His eyes become red. He spoke with his mouth. What ham? The 18th century Ham version is the story is loud. Okay, something about Ham. From a biblical standpoint, Black Africans are associated with the curse of Ham.
Okay, it's a curse of Canaan. So all of this.
That's why we want to distance ourselves from the African heritage.
Because of the curse of Ham? No.
The story for Ham, because he saw with his eyes the nakedness of his father, his eyes became red. And because he spoke of this with his mouth, his lips became crooked. And because he turned his face to the hair of his head and his beard became singed or and because he did not cover his father's nakedness, he went naked and his
This is fairy
prejudice
tale.
became stretched because all of God's retributions are commensurate of a transgression, Hamitic curse. Where are the Hamites from?
The Hamites are from Egypt.
Okay.
They get the word Yim, Y-M, Kemet.
So he's missing me. He's losing me. The Hamitic curse.
And his son, the son of Ham, are people from Canaan. That's up there in the Gaza Strip, where Palestine and all that is. Jordan.
The Hamitic curse justified slavery and is okay. So
it's not even the curse of Ham; it's the curse of Canaan. And then on top of that, they revise that shit and say that, oh, it's the mark of Cain. How, motherfucker, if there was no other races during that time?
I don't know. He losing me with this biblical.
Yeah, he's just gish galloping. He accuses us of gish galloping, but he don't stay on fucking topic.
He's coming after Hebrew Israelites now. About to read about that. He said the Hamitic curse justified slavery. It is understandable why one would want to trace their lineage back to a cursed people. In present times, some Black Hebrew Israelites even believe that our ancestors' disobedience to God led to our enslavement. And while you're saying our, somebody that's of a different group can be reading this and you saying our, who are you?
Exactly. And then you got a lot of indigenous tribes within Africa that say that they are descendants of these biblical characters. So you're hurting your own stance of claiming Africa.
So he's bringing up the Mormons right now because that's what the Latter-day Saint movement is.
All right.
He said in 1835, Joseph Smith, the founder of the Latter-day Saint movement, aka the Mormon Church, which he didn't put in there, published a book of Abraham. It stated that an Egyptian king named Pharaoh was a descendant of Ham and the Canaanites who were Black. According to the book, Noah had cursed Pharaoh's lineage, denying them the right to priesthood. Okay, let me stop you right there. The damn Church of Latter-day Saint movement, aka the Mormons, who keep all the people's genealogical records because they believe that if they keep everybody's records, that they can have you as slaves in the afterlife. That's the purpose of why they own all them records. They travel all around on their bikes with their suits on, going to libraries, going to different places and auctions, buying up historical documents. You don't know this now, you know this. Basically, they believe that Black people with dark skin are cursed because they're the ones who helped the devil. They're the ones who helped the devil fight a war against God in heaven. And so we were cursed with Black skin and that we're devils. But yet you have a lot of these white people who allow Black women to breastfeed their children. Why would you let a devil breastfeed your child? And why do they believe that if they have everyone's genealogical records, like birth certificates, all types of census records and stuff like that, that they will own you as slaves after?
And then on top of that, the Mormons told the Native Americans that they're cursed black-skinned Lamanites.
So why would you take a page out of a book of this guy's book to explain things and to justify things?
He's just being a house Negro for white supremacy. That's all this book is. Him tap dancing for white folks and Native Americans. Just because he says that we're self-hating on a bunch of Africans who don't really give a flip about Black America.
And then why does he keep saying that we're Egyptian? Like, what the hell?
He brings up Cushites. He brings up Great Zimbabwe in the Soninke Empire. Like, we need to live vicariously through all these random cultures. That's called Wakandification. If you haven't heard this, back when they released Black Panther from Marvel Comics at Disney, they also came out with that Lion King reboot with Beyonce in it. They made a companion piece, glorified music video for it called Black is King. And what did the Africans on Twitter have to say about that? Seeing all these Black Americans cosplaying in kente cloth and kufis and all this other stuff. They said, stop appropriating our culture.
Okay, he says after I skip like 5 paragraphs because I don't want to read about the Mormon Church from somebody who don't know about the Mormon Church. He probably hasn't gone to Salt Lake City to go to.
Oh, and that Klan member that we mentioned, he's a member of that.
Yeah. So, and he collects documents all over the place. And he says in order for you to get in, you have to actually be a Mormon convert, and you'll get access to records that they don't normally have out there in the public for you to see. So it makes it very difficult for people to find a lot of paperwork about their family because they keep stuff in vaults.
And you got to subscribe to their services.
Exactly. And we have a somewhat distant cousin who is so-called Black who signed up to be a Mormon for that purpose, to get access to certain genealogical records. So she made that sacrifice, knowing how fucked up that group is, just to find information. But anyway, that's just a footnote. I skipped a few paragraphs and I'm going to the part where he says, he's saying African people often adopt the mindset of their oppressors and similarly perceive themselves. If you browse through YouTube and other social media platforms, you'll come across
YouTube.
Individuals of West African descent who make jokes. How does he know of their West African descent, first of all?
He just guessing through looker shit like he claims.
Individuals of West African descent make jokes about the hardships faced by African people. Who's doing that? There's probably, I don't know, are you in groups that just make jokes about the hardships of Africans?
No, we don't.
Like, I feel like that's a waste of time. That's not productive. They ridicule because we also face hardships, and there's people around the world who face them. And so that's really dumb. He said they ridicule the fact that numerous African countries suffer from water scarcity. There's some communities in America that suffer from clean water scarcity.
Flint, Michigan.
In other
the North
places
Dakota
that they don't
pipeline.
Really document. Like, anyway, he says you make funny remarks and ridicule them for suffering from water scarcity, and they feel embarrassed about their African heritage. Why would you joke about yourself? That's really stupid.
Hold on. Here's another thing that Pan-Africans do. They joke about their own culture, African-American culture, to Africans and sit up there and say, oh, Pookie and Ray Ray, they commit black-on-black crime in Chicago. Okay, why are you talking to these people about what a fringe group does over in another state somewhere that we ain't got no control over?
As I mentioned earlier, the media played a significant role in shaping my perception of African people. I wasn't the only one who fell victim of the manipulation and believed in numerous falsehoods. Europeans taught the curse of Ham story to absolve themselves of guilt for slavery. When a group of people is dehumanized, it becomes, okay, isn't that story of Ham connecting us to Africa?
Yes.
So basically you're saying that they've made up this story about Ham and connected us to Africa, but you're also connecting us to Africa. So basically you're just making their statements survive and you're agreeing with them.
Mm-hmm.
This is similar to how the media portrays Black individuals who are victims of violence. They often focus on their criminal history. Okay, I'm not a part of media, and why are you bringing Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman in this bitch? It's a belief is held that certain group is cursed. It permeates mistreatment towards them because slavery could never lead to anything positive. Othello, one of Shakespeare's most renowned plays, delves into the tragic tale of a man named Othello who, despite being of African descent, finds himself caught in a web of deceit, manipulation. Also, I don't relate to Othello, and I don't know who the fuck Othello is.
And I ain't trying to get in no relationship with
talk about the Vatican Society after that in Shakespeare. I don't care.
We do not.
I left that back in grade school, the Shakespeare stuff. So I'm going to move on. And you're going on with multiple, 4 paragraphs on Othello, so I'm going to move on.
On analogies alone, and this does not have anything to do with what he claims is the rise of the pretenders.
He said many African Americans were forced to abandon their traditional African religions and adopt the Christianity of their enslaved. A lot of damn cultures around the world were actually forced to abandon their religions for Christianity.
Or Islam. Or Hebrewism.
So that's not like a unique, isolated event.
Exactly.
He said language, another crucial aspect of cultural identity, was also impacted by slavery. African languages were discouraged and often forbidden, leading to the loss of native tongues and the adoption of English. This linguistic assimilation further contributed to assure our cultural heritage and made it difficult to pass down traditional stories, songs, and oral histories. Despite these attempts to erase our cultural identity, African Americans managed to persevere and adopt certain aspects of our heritage through culinary traditions. Really?
Culinary? Oh, he's one of those types that want to sit up there and say that your soul food is a plantation plate and that we were all vegans in Africa eating fruits and veggies, not knowing a damn thing about an African diet, which we have proven the other night that he don't know nothing about African food. He backtracked on saying that he would eat a rat.
Okay, he says these recipes and cooking techniques passed down from our enslaved ancestors have become an integral part of our cultural fabric. Okay, that's true. From soul food to Gullah cuisine, these culinary, isn't Gullah cuisine soul food? Like, isn't it different?
Soul food.
It's a different permutation of soul food. These culinary traditions not only nourish our bodies, but also serve as a powerful connection to our past and a celebration of our resilience. Okay.
Okay, were they eating grits in Africa?
He said the knowledge of custom required
Cornbread
during the era of slavery continued to shape our cultural identity in America today. The adoption of our enslavers' names, religions, and language has undoubtedly influenced our perception of self. I'm not going to attempt to read this 80-character word.
The person in the chat, Stable08, says that it's baseless correlations.
Okay, so he's mentioning the Harlem Renaissance. Oh, yay! He's mentioning something other than slavery.
That cottontail.
Okay, he says from the Harlem Renaissance to the Civil Rights Movement, African Americans have made significant contributions to art, music, literature, and social justice. Our cultural heritage is not solely defined by the era of slavery, but is a rich tapestry woven with both the struggles and triumphs of our ancestors and our contributions to society. During the era of slavery, the intermingling between African Americans and Native Americans had a profound impact on the African American community's connection to their African heritage. Okay, does intermingling include like reproduction? Like, does it include?
Yes, it does.
Does it include marriage?
Yes, it does.
Does it include like procreating?
Yes, it does, and it includes a combination and amalgamation of culture. So you wouldn't even be practicing an African culture at that point. You'd be practicing the dominant culture, which either is the American Indian or the European culture.
So he said there was an intermingling between two and had a profound impact on the African American community's connection to their African heritage. How is intermingling with people that are so-called not you gonna make you have a strong connection to your African heritage?
That doesn't make any sense.
You kind of lose that,
Exactly. And the only example usually Afrocentrics go to is the Seminoles, but there were more than just the Seminoles, and Seminole ain't a real tribe. That's just the Muskogees.
He says this intermingling was particularly prevalent during the Seminole Wars. So you predicted he was going to say the Seminole thing.
The Seminole War. We went through several wars besides the Seminole War. We went through the Yamasee War. We went through the Stono Rebellion. They try and Africanize Stono, but that deals with the Kusi Indians.
Yep.
We went through what else? We went through the
There's a lot.
There's a lot of wars, but the Negro War, they only want to mention the Negro War after the second and first Seminole Wars.
Yeah, he said intermingling was particularly prevalent during the Seminole Wars, a series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the United States government. Did we have a United States government yet? Did we have this? Was that before the Union?
No, the Seminole Wars was after, that's the main reason why we ended the Civil War was because of the Seminole War.
Okay, so there was no United States yet.
There was a United States in 1776, but dealing from in the tail end of the colonial period, going into the antebellum period is when you started having these series of wars, 100-year wars, such as the Muskogee Creek that you call Seminoles, the Yamasee, the Oconee, the Hichiti, the Miccosukee. All these people were in various wars with the British. They were known as Spanish Indians, which were chattel slaves that were taken up by the British from the Spaniards that were being receded out of the United States down to Florida.
Yeah, okay, so it says this intermingling, okay, some of the wars as Africans and Native Americans mixed. Okay, so he's saying that Africans and Native Americans mix. Individuals of mixed ancestry emerge, blurring the lines between two communities. So
he contradicted himself.
Okay.
But then you have the Seminole Nation sitting up here saying that, oh, we're not going to give no citizenship to Negroes.
Okay, so he said one significant factor that influenced the distancing of African Americans from their African heritage was relatively more lenient treatment of Native Americans under the laws of that. Native Americans were not treated more leniently. What the hell?
No, they were not.
It would be on site if you said, "Oh, I'm an American Indian."
If you were off the reservation and you claimed to be Indian, they would have killed you or sent your ass packing to the reservation or put your ass into slavery.
And specifically to the Caribbean.
Exactly.
All right, so Native Americans are often granted more rights and privileges compared to African Americans.
That's not true, because you had black slavers before the 1830s and during the antebellum period. So there is no such thing as them having certain favoritisms in that time frame.
The African Americans were the ones subjected to brutalities of slavery. Isn't slavery brutal?
All of slavery is brutal.
But especially the chattel slavery.
Especially chattel slavery.
As a result, individuals mixed African and Native American heritage often choose to identify more closely with their Native American roots, denying or downplaying their African ancestry. I'm pretty sure there are some people out there that have proved that they are African and indigenous, and they call out both.
Exactly.
And there's not a lot of people like that.
Just like the Yamasee, they do that.
Okay.
They claim both.
This phenomenon had far-reaching consequences and eventually led to an enactment of laws such as the racial integrity. Okay, so by you claiming that you're American Indian, that you're the reason why they caused the Racial Integrity Act? Or was it just a white man's insecurity?
A white man's insecurity.
Under this act, which was implemented in Virginia, having a single drop of African ancestry, I don't think it said African, but yeah, let's just continue reading.
It said Negro.
Of African ancestry classified an individual as Negro. They were trying to delineate colored versus white. So where's this African part coming from? They actually have the documents there up in Richmond, Virginia, if anyone's interested in seeing the stuff. They have the copied.
Don't just take the word of YK here. Go do your own research.
Or don't just take our word. Go out there. It's available. It's a free museum. You just go in there and, they got videos of people talking. They got all types.
And they can help you put together your own ancestry.com family tree for free.
Yeah. So there you have it. Anyway, he mentions Walter Plecker again. He says a prominent proponent of the Racial Integrity Act played a significant role in promoting the idea of racial purity and prevented the procreation between Negroes and white individuals. Okay, that's true. But also there's other things too, because he didn't want y'all to claim stuff. But anyway, Plecker aimed to maintain a racial hierarchy and prevent any dilution of white bloodlines. The United States government aimed to Christianize both Negro and Native Americans. And they even sent missionaries to Africa to spread Christianity among Africans. Okay. And it's important to understand why European races felt the need to impose their beliefs on other races. This mindset played a significant role in Africans abandoning their way of life. Unfortunately, European writers portrayed Africans as savages, which led to negative perception of Africans. They portrayed
Indians as savages.
In certain literature, they were even referred to as monkeys. Now he's going to mention Malcolm X. Malcolm X addressed the influence of the media in shaping our perception of Africa in a pessimistic manner. He said they made us think that Africa was a land of jungles, a land of animals, a land of cannibals and savages. It was a hateful image. And because they were so successful in projecting this negative image of Africa, those of us here in the West of Africa ancestry, the Afro-American, looked upon Africa as a hateful place. We looked upon Africa as a hateful person. If you referred to us as an African, it was like putting us as a servant or playing house or talking about us in a way we didn't want to be talked. So he said that's from a Malcolm X speech in anti-Africa imagery with no date. Finally, he puts a source, but there's no date, unfortunately. But anyway, moving forward, he talks more about heritage and how it like harmful information can harm things, blah, blah, blah. Something that we already heard before. Let's see if there's anything. And he mentions African booty scratcher again. So I want like, is anyone keeping tabs of like the African booty scratcher?
You could play a drinking game with this book.
Yes, the act of African American child referring to an African child as an African booty scratcher. Okay, I will admit I have called an African booty scratcher, and that was me in my adulthood. How immature I am. So when I went on this this bus thing, which is like a startup incubator on wheels, and I was conducting and organizing it, and I was conducting like Harriet Tubman kind of, right? I'm leading this black bus down to the south.
Yeah, and I was on that bus too.
I was on this underground or above ground instead of railroad, but bus route in reverse, going into the south, coming out of New York, all the way down to Louisiana. And basically, my co-organizer was an actual Fulani. She speaks the different languages, including French. She's legit African American, because she has U.S. citizenship, right? So we're on this bus, and she has some stuff in her hands, some box with like swagger in the box. And we're getting off the bus, and she's like, "Oh, my butt itches." I shit you not. She says, "Brandy, like, could you scratch my butt?" And I was reluctant about it, but I was like, okay, let me get this booklet I have and just rub the booklet across her butt. And then I was like, oh, okay, does that make me an African booty scratcher? I'm making a joke about myself, and she's African, and she laughed along. So that's the only time in my whole life I've referred to someone, which is myself, as being an African booty scratcher.
But that's a whole childhood.
But he's saying that African American children refer to Africans as African booty scratcher, as if it's a whole like epidemic or pandemic. And it's so, like
culturally, so this guy is going against the grain against Black American culture, because we grow up within our culture, we have a roasting session with just nerdy ass kids or people that stand out that's weird. And so you get Africans from the continent that aren't privy to our style of culture, and they take it personal.
Yeah, like your mama jokes. But I haven't heard anyone bring up African booty scratcher as an insult.
But in Africa, they got their own racial slurs towards us, such as Jorer, Akata, Obruni, Majinga, all types of stuff to disparage and to throw obscenities towards us. Like, for real, cuz they're saying that we're culture vultures. They're saying that we're slaves. They're saying that we're foreigners, white, and they're saying that we're wild goats or wild cats. And then you got Afrocentrics taking up for them and making up all kinds of excuses for Africans to sit up here and lie and mistreat us and give us insults and things of that nature. So let's get back to this book.
Yeah, so he said the African booty scratcher, we call them African booty scratchers. And he said raises questions of what factors contribute to such behavior. Yeah, why do y'all call them African booty scratchers? That's not fair. And he says, reflecting on my past, I pondered on why I believe I was superior to others during my childhood. Is he the only one out here that believed he was superior to others? I never believed that.
This man is a narcissist.
His mother instilled in him that he's superior to Africans. Has anyone else been taught that tradition?
No,
I haven't.
Not.
That's a you problem.
My grandmother is dating an African, and she's open to multicultural things. So we grew up in a household with Native American dude, Pakistani people, all types of people came through our household. So
But yeah,
what's wrong with this guy?
okay, he said could it be that my ability to speak English led me to perceive myself as superior to those who did not possess a skill? It sounds like a white supremacist wrote this, because the level of xenophobia doesn't sound like real when I attach it to a black person, but maybe there are like xenophobic black people.
Yeah, he's an Uncle Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus. This realization, but for Africans, yeah, this realization serves. No, he's a reformed African hater.
Yeah,
but he's now Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, he don't know which one he wants to be.
This realization serves as a poignant, whatever the hell, poignant reminder that the influence of my ancestors, oppressors, had permeated my thought. So them ancestors, so the people, so the masters from your ancestors that had their masters is hunting your thoughts and making you think of these xenophobic thoughts about Africans. He said, yeah, the influence of my ancestors' oppressors had permeated my thoughts. Okay, so they're in here. You schizophrenic. Yeah. Okay, so you got some old
Satan is getting in his mind and saying, "Oh, say something
the ghost
evil
of some Africa. Slave owners as the voices in your head to make you be hateful against African children. You are an evil person." It is indeed.
That is not possible. Because how can a ghost of a slave master tell a child to hate Africa?
Go see like a therapist.
He needs one
because that's not normal. He said it is indeed startling to comprehend this revelation in a present moment. Why you keep using words like revelation, like you holy and whatever?
This man is a nut.
Growing up, I was exposed. I don't want to hear more about you growing up. Like
growing up is like
the New Edition.
Yeah, New Edition
with Johnny Gill.
Yes.
Growing up, I was exposed to a society that valued English proficiency and Western ideals. Why was that? Did we control that ideal, or was it like some European that?
It's some European.
Yeah, he said the ability to speak English was a marker of intelligence. No, it's not. Someone that's dumb can speak English. Sophistication and superiority. This mindset instilled in me from an early age. By who? Who instilled it in you? Because I don't think children just instill that into themselves. No. I'm growing up. I know English. I learned my ABCs. I'm superior to those who know their Chinese ABCs. No, that's not how I think. No. He said this mindset instilled in me from an early age led me to believe. Was he adopted by white supremacists?
I'm thinking so.
Because he keeps saying that somebody instilled in him, and he told us about his mother terrorizing Africans and all of that. Is he referring to some type of foster mother? Or not to say anything bad about people who was adopted, but obviously this guy just sounds like he was raised by wolves.
Yes.
And if it was
it sounds like he's getting his shit
biological
from the
mom,
bell curve.
If it comes from his biological mom, and he already hears the ghosts of slave masters past, and he got
it kind of reminds me of that scene from Antoine Fisher with that adoptive mother that used to abuse Antoine.
It's giving me like you need to go to see a therapist.
Yes, you need therapy.
Yeah, so he thinks speaking English is sophisticated and intelligent and superior. Okay, I think learning Arabic is a very hard language. Not English. Yeah, but anyway, I digress. He said his painful realization acknowledged I had unknowingly internalized the oppressive ideologies of my ancestors' oppressors. This revelation serves as a stark reminder that the effects of colonialization and systemic racism are not limited to the physical and economic aspects of society. They have steeped into our subconscious, shaping our thoughts, beliefs, and interactions with others.
And I got the Kundalini energy, and we came from Kemet and the Soninke Empire, and y'all just self-hating on your African self.
He said he had to unlearn.
Lord, this hotep ass.
Okay, I'm moving on because he's just introspecting, and I don't care to listen to that. liberate your mind, your mindset imposed by
Free
other-
your mind and
He
your
said,
ass will follow.
liberating our minds from the mindset imposed by our colonizers or breaking
The
free
kingdom of heaven is from within.
from the self-hatred instilled in our ancestors.
Come on, bruh.
Okay, education and awareness.
Skip past this bullshit,
engagement,
please.
Self-reflection, cultural reclamation.
Okay, let's get to Grandma said, because this nigga wrote.
Okay, so I can tell he used Chat GPT because there's a lot of semicolons and
Yes.
colons in this bitch. And there's nothing wrong, people, with using Chat GPT, but like it's a tool to help assist, not to do everything for
And
you.
copy paste.
Yeah, like you didn't even know.
You gotta spell
Collective
check.
action and solidarity. It's like he's filling in and making chapters. And okay, we're at number 4. It's called Grandma Said. Should I continue?
I think we should stop.
It starts out with "We're not black, nigga." Are you sure you don't want me to continue?
Let's go. Let's go.
It says chapter 4. Grandma said, "We're not black, nigga.
Nigga,
We're Indian. We're Native American. We all. How many of your grandmothers got Indian in y'all family?" Kanye West.
Okay, he's upset about a celebrity.
I cannot help but reflect upon the tragic and unfortunate incidents that took place in Guyana, where many black individuals lost their lives consuming the lethal Kool-Aid. Are we literally talking about Jim Jones?
No.
Yes, we are. It says a few sentences down that such and such ones who fell victim of Jim Jones influence.
Okay. Did Jim Jones tell you were an Aboriginal? Jim Jones was fucking with the Nation of Islam, and they were telling you that you come from Africa and Shabazz. And they also telling you that you a Scientologist, L. Ron Hubbard bullshit.
Okay, so he's saying your grandmothers failed to recognize that it's painful truth that our ancestors were victims of rape during the era of slavery. European men who held power and control over enslaved African women violated them, resulting in the birth of mixed-race children with features that resemble those of the European fathers. So if we got European fathers' features, then how can we have Bantu features?
Then how we got Australoid phenotypes?
No, they claim that we got African features, right?
How?
But if they say our ancestors and us, which are offsprings of our ancestors, have European features, how are you using lookership to say we look like Africans if we have European features?
He kills his own argument at that point.
It says it's a painful history of our lineage. No, it's painful to you because you don't acknowledge your European ancestry.
Exactly.
It's not painful for
We
us
have
to admit
European
that we got
ancestry.
Irish ancestry. It's not painful.
We got Chinese ancestry. We got Indian ancestry.
Yes, I just haven't found anything about Africa anything to substantiate the African part.
Exactly.
If I do find it, I will claim it. But if not, then no.
Exactly. What's the point in claiming?
It says by claiming Indian heritage, they could distance themselves from brutal acts committed against their ancestors. Indians face brutal acts
Exactly.
committed against their ancestors and find solace in a different cultural identity. That's really weak. If that's the case, I would claim to be just white.
Exactly.
Like, I distinctly remember an episode, just like them Afro Latinos be claiming they're white Hispanics.
Exactly.
That was their scapegoat.
Exactly. And then they play up against the rail with claiming Indianness, but they don't claim African.
But why don't we just claim whiteness then, since all our fathers
and
all our grandfathers were white ties, so why we don't just claim European?
And the thing, we're the direct relatives of white people. Why aren't we classified as Caucasian, since the North Africans and the Horn of Africans are claimed to be white, right? Or Arabic, right? But we got plenty of relatives on our father's side that look like Arabs, but ain't no Arab in there.
No, because the Middle Easterners are just mixed.
Exactly, just like Native American. It's a mixed.
So it says that I distinctly remember an episode of Finding Your Roots with Henry Louis Gates, where DNA tests were conducted on various celebrities. And they don't show everything in these damn episodes.
Exactly.
You can actually watch it and see, they will miss out parts.
He's bringing up Tina Turner. And Tina Turner's mother, which we had the clip of her, she said that she's Navajo and Cherokee.
It says that Tina Turner has always been told that she had Cherokee ancestry. However, to her surprise, the DNA test revealed she was only 1% Native American. Nevertheless, her European ancestry accounted for 30%, which could
And I just read earlier that these DNA tests only work in favor with white people. They don't have enough genetic material for Native American, let alone African. So it's only going to fit his European narrative.
He said DNA testing has shown that family stories and oral traditions can sometimes be inaccurate or influenced by societal narratives. Therefore, it's crucial to approach claims of Indian heritage with caution and skepticism. While some individuals may have Indian ancestry, it is equally important to recognize that many African Americans may have been misled.
But guess what? You got Ruth Simmons and Lena Waithe, who got American Indian DNA that don't even trace their ancestry back to Africa. You even got a YouTuber by the name of NYTN, Daniel Romero. She says that she's a Creole woman with Italian, Irish, and African American in her. But when she took the DNA test, she ain't show us no sub-Saharan African. She said on her Negro side, African American side, is Mexican Indian.
Okay, so I'm gonna summarize the next few paragraphs. He talks about the iconic singer Sierra, and saying that they were able to find like her white ancestor named Walter Lafayette. Okay, so we're not saying
that's not getting into.
He said
DNA.
that sheds light on her family history, and proving that her deeper understanding of her roots. Basically saying that means she's just European and African. Okay,
and they got records on Issa Rae's information where her ancestors were black slave owners and Nas.
So they're saying that your grandma's beliefs are inaccurate, prone to error. And he's talking about Viola Davis. And let me skim through here and saying that Viola Davis, what did he say? I don't want to hear the whole transcript from the episode, get to the point that her mother never mentioned this discrepancy about somebody being 57 years old, 18 children. What the hell does that have to do with
it? Has
anything?
Nothing to do with any fucking thing.
And it just says DNA can uncover truths and oral tradition cannot. Renowned comedian Chris Rock, what about him?
He said, what? Hold on, go back up. It said that this revelation further emphasized that our ancestors are fallible and DNA can uncover.
Yeah, it says that oral traditions cannot. He said comedian Chris Rock believed that he was of Indian descent, and he discovered that he has no Native American ancestry, and that expressing remorse for inadvertently misrepresenting the Choctaw community as a result revealed his genetic makeup to be devoid of a Native American heritage.
But guess what? Morgan Freeman went and tried this African shit. He went over there and he found out he wasn't no African. He said we go too far with this political correctness bullshit, and that these motherfuckers are making up shit in these labs.
Okay, he said Don Cheadle was taken aback to possess no trace of Native American history. In light of this revelation, Cheadle humorously remarked, "It turns out they didn't dig us like that."
That's a lie, because he's on the Chickasaw rolls and he's owed reparations from the Chickasaw Nation. So this clown is a liar.
He said, not all grandmothers mention our Native American heritage. Instead, let's focus on the grandmothers who trace their ancestry back to Africa. Many former slaves shared their stories in hundreds of narratives affirming that their ancestors came from Africa. Something about Susan Snow, a former slave from Mississippi, shares her mother's account of being told she originated from Africa and was forcibly taken away. All the niggers on that place was born in their family, and his was kin septin my ma. She told me how they brought her from Africa, like they say president in this country. Well, they call him chief in Africa. Seem like they chief make arrangements with some men, and they had bigger goober grabbing for their young folks.
Peanut grabbing? There's peanuts in America.
My mom and Ma and some more and brung them to this country.
Okay, that's pretty much vague.
Okay, so he brings up more slave accounts and African heritage. Where in Africa? Why you not gonna say where your mama?
They're just saying the whole
Because
continent.
I'm sure in wherever your mama came from, they did not call Africa Africa.
Exactly.
So that's how you know somebody was fed a story.
Exactly.
And if you say if your mom was taken from Haiti or whatever, they could tell you, oh yeah, you come from Africa, because that's the English translation of Haiti.
The only ones, I go back to E. Franklin Frazier. He said the only ones are a few that can prove that they came from an African country because they have literal royal bloodlines. Everybody else don't.
Okay, so
all the narratives about Africa, that's just that. Vague stories.
Some guy named Roger was taken away by his master Earl, snatched away from Africa and brought them to Georgia. Okay, so where in Africa? Why everybody say Africa and not where?
Exactly.
And not,
not a particular
neighborhood
place.
I can, if somebody abducted me as a child, I would say, yeah, I was abducted from 5901 Torrance Street.
Exactly.
I wouldn't say I was abducted from North Carolina.
Exactly.
Or America. I would actually know where my address is, and I would name it because I was raised to know what my place of origin is in my mother tongue.
Exactly.
But I'm not going to be taught as a child that I live in the United States of America. I didn't even know that for a while.
Exactly.
So that doesn't make any sense. And I'm not going to read that because it's insulting my intelligence. Chapter 5, I wasn't born in Africa. Africa was born in me. I'm not reading that dumb shit.
Oh, go back up. No, this is where he's showing his little DNA shit.
Where?
Right here.
Okay, so I'm skipping to the images because I'm tired of looking at that crap. So it says on his DNA that he has 27% Cameroon, Congo, Bantu peoples, 23% Nigerian, 19% Mali. Okay, so all of that.
These are regions.
Okay, so he has 2% Indigenous America North. So I guess North America, 2% Germanic Europe, 2% English, and yeah. So basically he has 4% European, 2% Indigenous, and the rest is African. Of different places of Africa. Oh, and also 6% Scotland.
You with the accent in it, Scotland.
Scotland is attached to like the Great Britain area. If you didn't,
it's the UK.
But okay, so let's add that up. 4. Okay, 4 plus 6. That's 10. So 10% European, 2% American Indian. So the rest of that.
That will be a distant African, by the way, if it's a large percentage.
He's 88% African and like 2% Indian and 10% European.
So did he show like the United States of where like different colonies of Negroes are at? Because when we did Philip's DNA, when he did his shit, he got the first African Americans in the United States in Virginia, right?
Okay, so in that paragraph underneath it says these are results of my ancestry DNA analysis. Okay, so what kind of DNA test is this for one?
Is this an autosomal? Is this this is an autosomal.
Regardless of what it is, ancestry DNA is not accurate. So
it's not. And it's only going to give you 14 regions in Africa.
These are the results of many my ancestry DNA analysis, which clearly show that most of my genetic heritage is from Africa. Surprisingly, I'm only 2% indigenous to America. Although my aunt used to mention that I had Cherokee ancestry, I was not aware that the Native American part of my DNA was so minimum. It is often said by individuals falsely claiming Native American heritage, known as pretendians, that one shouldn't consult their grandmother for confirmation. However, one should consult their grandmother for confirmation. However, it is important to acknowledge that our grandmothers, like all. Okay, so didn't your aunt say it? Why are you mentioning grandma? Okay, however, it is important to acknowledge that our grandmothers, like all individuals, are not flawless. No shit. They were the ones who introduced us to the church and the religion of our oppressor.
Okay.
So
again, with this
school
clown
taught you
shit.
the education of your oppressor, and what did you learn from that? African diaspora.
Exactly.
So what are you contradicting? Okay, you a hypocrite. So this acknowledgement is not meant to disrespect our ancestors, but rather to recognize their imperfection. But did you read?
So he took this shit from African Ancestry, which is which one is this? I'm not sure what this is. Like a Y or either a maternal thing.
It says it is a great pleasure that I report your
Patrick
clan analysis successfully identified your parental genetic ancestry. So this is Y chromosome DNA. So they analyze it and determine that you share paternal genetic ancestry with Igbo people in Nigeria today. Below is a copy of your Y chromosome. Okay, didn't it say, wait a minute.
Ancestry allows you to match
it. Says you got 1% Nigerian. So how you got, how are you Igbo? And Ancestry.com says 1% Nigerian, and fucking, sorry for my language, African Ancestry says you Igbo, you Nigerian. But
that doesn't
match.
So he just running with.
So one of them says you Nigerian, another one says you 1% Nigerian, which is less than the American Indian in your ancestry DNA. So you basically got stuff that's like discounting each other.
And then with Ancestry.com, with every update, they change the percentage.
That they're like, why are these two DNA tests different?
That's because they have different reference panels. African Ancestry and Ancestry.com is said to have the largest database of African spit data in their database. So what this clown is doing.
Wait a minute, he says in his dang caption here underneath the image, my DNA analysis from African Ancestry reveals a perfect match of 100%.
That's not a perfect match
with Igbo people on my patrilineal side. So why the hell isn't he a male? And don't males get the Y chromosome shit more so than the women? So why is it not showing up a majority of him as Nigerian when Nigeria is 1%?
Exactly.
It does not match. Is 1% 100%? Isn't there a large gap between the two percentages?
Yes, there is.
How we go from 0 to 100 between two different tests from two different companies, and you a male, and you should have inherit your
Y
paternal stuff. You just broke down your own argument.
Exactly. And then he didn't even take the matrilineal test either, by the way.
But you just proved yourself wrong from your paternal side altogether. Exactly. I wouldn't have put that in my book. That's damning. I wouldn't have put that in my book. You just disqualified DNA testing for ancestry.
And then on top of that, you disqualify your Indianness too, because Ancestry nor African Ancestry will tell you that they don't have a large database of American Indian spit because they don't give out their spit.
He's pumping his chest by saying that in this chapter, a powerful visual. This is power.
I'm a powerful African warrior.
This is indeed a powerful visual because you just disproved these two images disproved each other.
Exactly.
And we didn't have to do anything. We didn't write in this book. You the one shared the images. So the power of the visual representation vividly demonstrated, supporting a popular saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Yeah, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we got 2,000 words because you showed us two pictures that basically rebut each other.
Yes.
Through the inclusion of historical documents, I can substantiate and provide concrete evidence of my African lineage. But did you substantiate that between these two snapshots that you shared is that you're actually accurately
Nigerian? What the hell is that? Hold on. What's this?
That's a genealogical record. It looks like that's a census record, which I can't read it because it's small. But it doesn't say African on here nowhere. It don't say Igbo or Nigerian. It says farmhand. That doesn't say slave.
Farmhand. Now, where did it say
Okay,
on race?
wait a minute. It says father's birthplace, Africa. Okay, so let's see, where is that at? And then on top of that, these census recorders can put whatever they want
So
on the document. Okay, so it says the name is.
It say mother and father's birthplace,
Wait a minute.
Africa.
Okay, South Carolina. Shit, where is it? What is the name of this person? He chops off the name, so I can't really read where it says the damn name, and I can't look in this document to see where it wrote Africa. Okay, maybe that's it. I don't know if that's the case. Who is this? Well, maybe I'll have to read the paragraph before that. Richard Reed has a significant role in establishing my African lineage. According to 1880 federal census record, Richard Reed's parents were born in Africa, thereby confirming my African ancestry. So let's read and see if he has more on Richard Reed.
Oh, we can just Google
my third
who Richard Reed is.
Here, Tubman. Okay, he mentioned that already in another chapter. Additionally, my ancestry indicates that I have 27% genetic connection to Cameroon, Congo, Bantu peoples, etc., which supports my claim of being African descent. Okay, congratulations. If it proves that you have, I'm looking at this genealogical document, and if my eyes do not fool me, it does say African in two of these columns, which I can't read the top of the column, but I'm going to take his word for it. And so if he found out his African, in all our genealogical records, we haven't seen African mentioned in any of them. So I congratulate him. I wish I had confetti or something.
Exactly.
For finding out you have someone that, supposedly proved that they're African through genealogical records. And that's all we ask. And just because you found out that you're African, congratulations. That doesn't mean that everybody else is like you.
Exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm glad you're embracing it. However, what I'm not satisfied with is you demonizing other people and putting words in other people's mouths when you were just hating all this time about Africans, and now you're apologetic about it and feel remorse for how you treated Africans after finding out that you were in fact are African, sir.
Exactly.
So this crusade of like feeling sad for yourself for being a self-hater, because you were a self-hater,
and redeeming yourself,
and now you're trying to redeem
Indians.
yourself by creating false claims and attacking other people who have genuinely tried to look for their identity and have often found their identity in Africa not being a part of it. Shame on you. Just shame on you.
Yes.
But congratulations for finding out that you're African.
Yeah.
But then again, that's still questionable because the DNA tests that you stand behind contradict each other. So you're still, again, playing into what we're saying about genealogy is the key. DNA is not as accurate as you might find a whole bunch of records could be. Yeah, there's still flaws in looking into records because people like the census takers can write down what they want.
They have their own
However,
biases.
You have names attached to these documents. You have locations attached to them. We like to see the receipts for the sales that they have.
And we want to see the slave bill record.
Yeah, we want to see all of that. We want to see the transactions. All of those are transactional.
And a lot of slaves had insurance. They had all
types of stuff. And wouldn't you want to know what kind of African slave you're getting? Maybe a certain Igbo is more like, better at doing rice than say some other tribe. And they would have that written down in a transaction, in invoice or whatever you want. I want to see that type of stuff. But you fortunately didn't have to go through all that. You have the evidence here about yourself. So stop trying to come for other people.
Exactly.
You are not the same as everybody else.
Exactly.
But anyway, I digress. So let's see. Concrete. I'm not disputing your your evidence on your African lineage. I celebrate it. It's good that you know who you are. So, yeah. You want to pause here and just move on some other time because
it's going to take too long, and we got to get
of this.
into
But
this
congratulations whoever you are, and shame on you for creating this whole thing and putting us through torture reading it.
Yeah, so with that, we're gonna have to end the panel. Hopefully we can continue reading this after, the live debate tomorrow. But with that, have a blessed night.